of your time today. Remember, we'll have the presenters. They are currently on the call with us in the order of the person that will present first. So we have Abdullahi. Abdullahi Suleiman would go first as one of the first presenters. And Abdullahi will be sharing with us what he's been able to do given the case study. Now, let's remember the case study focuses on addressing issues and also solving the problems with relation to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And this year's edition focuses on unemployment. How do we address issues with regards to unemployment and proffer solutions that are actionable and data-driven? And I think this is the era where we need to start coming up with policy decisions and also having policy directions that are data-driven to get the best possible results eventually, especially with relation to solving Africa's problem as well. Abdullahi, you're welcome on board. Just give me a thumbs up if you're good to go. Abdullahi, if you can hear me, I'm going to spotlight you. Just give me a thumbs up if you're good to go. Fantastic. All right. So Abdullahi will be presenting first. After Abdullahi, we have Damilola Esson, and then we have Gabriel Ntwari. All right. Abdullahi is joining from Nigeria. Abdullahi, you have 10 minutes to present your insights. Okay. You will be timed. Ensure you are there to the timing, and all the best. Take out time, communicate your insights, and then would have the judges give you that feedback for 5 minutes. So every presenter has 10 minutes, and then you have 5 minutes eventually to also get questions from the judges. So we have Abdullahi, then we have Damilola and Gabriel. So let's follow that order so everybody else can get prepared. So over to you, Abdullahi. Do you have your presentation? Yes, who is speaking?
Elijah.
Elijah. Okay, go ahead, Elijah. All right, that's okay. So we have Abdullahi. So of course, because we don't want the participants who would also be presenting to listen into the feedback and go back to make changes, although the final submissions are with us already. All right. So all the other participants would be in the breakout room while Abdullahi has his own presentation and also get the feedback from the judges. Okay. So we just give another 2 minutes and then we'll kick off with the first presentation. All right, just to also mention, now I would love for everybody to, except you are a judge or you are participating or presenting, please put off your videos so that you don't distract the presenter and you don't distract others. Right. So your time starts now. Over to you. Yes, we can see your screen, Abdullahi. Go ahead, please.
Oh, right. All right. So, welcome to today's session. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Right. And I am super excited to be here. All right. So today we'll be unraveling the challenges of unemployment in Africa. All right. So get started. Okay. So as we all know, unemployment. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. As we all know, unemployment remains a major problem for Africans, and it has been influenced by several factors. All right. And this case study is to bring out a strategy to combat unemployment in Africa. All right. So here are my key insights. Sorry, I'll take this away. All right. Sorry about that. So here are the top 5 countries in Africa with the highest unemployment rates. Okay, so between year 2007 and year 2019, Eswatini and Lesotho did significantly well in reducing unemployment rates. All right, however, from year 2019, we noticed all 5 countries had an increase. Okay. Yeah. Then here we'll be looking at the bottom 5 countries with the lowest unemployment rate between the years 2006 to year 2020. All right. Niger and Benin Republic experienced significant spike in unemployment rates between year 2010 and 2014, from here down to 2014. Also, just like the top 5, every one of them had that same spike. And as we all know, this could be or might have been a factor of COVID-19. We all know COVID-19 started from same spike. Yeah, and as we all know, this COVID-19 or might have been. Here we'll be looking at the average unemployment started from same spike. Yeah, and still from the same timeline. So might have been. Here we'll be looking at the average unemployment started from spike. Yeah, and still from the same timeline. So might have been. Here we'll be looking at the average unemployment started from spike. Yeah, and still from the same timeline. So might have Western and Eastern part of Africa has significantly higher or significantly lower unemployment rates. All right. Then Djibouti appears to have the highest. I painted it in yellow just so we'll be able to spot it. It's a very tiny country at the other end. Then here we are trying to look at the average population. All right. The average population across Africa. And as usual, Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. Then here we'll be looking at the unemployment ratio of unemployed people to population. Now, this ratio would help us note the proportion of unemployed people by the population, the proportion of unemployed people by the population. All right. Now, this further pronounces the failure of Djibouti to combat unemployment. All right. And it has the lowest population across Africa. All right. Now, Djibouti, Eswatini, Lesotho, Gabon have the highest unemployment to population ratio across countries analyzed, indicating relatively high unemployment in those countries. However, South Africa, from the previous visual we had, sorry, can you see my screen? All right, South Africa, all right, South Africa, while having one of the highest unemployment rates, shows a lower unemployed to population ratio due to the larger population that they have. So amongst the additional countries, Nigeria here and Ethiopia, being the most populous, have the lowest unemployment to population ratio. All right. followed by Niger, Chad, Rwanda, and Benin Republic. All right. So based on this, I decided to pick the best 2 and the worst 6 countries, looking at them in terms of gender. All right. Now, this is the chart that shows the unemployment rate by gender in the selected countries. Okay. And here we would note one thing: Nigeria did exceptionally well to being near perfect balance between the 2 different genders. Okay. Between the 2 different genders. We also notice Ethiopia doing well. All right. Then we move to the next. And here we'll be looking at the government expenditure in selected countries. All right. The government expenditure in selected country. And as we all know, Nigeria is one of the largest economy in Africa and also has the highest GDP in Africa. However, we can see the proportion to be lower than other of its counterparts. I'm trying to stack it against. Okay, then move to the next. And here, what we are trying to do here is trying to look at the population access to electricity of these selected countries. Okay, now Djibouti has nearly 60% of its population which has access to electricity. All right. Now you would want to say, oh, other countries similar to Djibouti should take advantage of this, create employment around the energy sector. All right. Then I move to where we would look at the limited liability companies across those 8 countries. However, I found out that in the data set, only these 3 were accessible. So I still decided to look at them. And as we can all see, Nigeria still has by far the highest number of limited liability companies over the years, all right, despite its large population. And this shows why we have little amount of unemployed people in the country, all right? So here, now I'm trying to look at the strategy each of these countries, how they try to adapt to each of the strategies to combat unemployment, all right? So here we note that Ethiopia, Nigeria, Sao Tome, Seychelles, and Cape Verde tried as much as possible to adapt to the strategy. However, Eswatini is still developing. So based on this, hopefully when you give them recommendations, we understand that they try as much as possible to follow. So now I move on to my recommendations, all right? So my first recommendation will be based on electricity and limited liability companies, all right? For the observation of the worst nations in terms of unemployment rates, quite a good number of them had a good chunk of their population having access to electricity. Now, their government can take advantage of this to build energy policies, to encourage private investors to invest locally in order to increase the presence of limited liability companies, thereby creating employment across the country. All right. Then the government expenditure. All right. Once the limited liability companies begin to grow locally, government may start to allocate more of their budgets to other areas of strength on a yearly basis, like agriculture, natural resources, industrialization, and all. But this is very specific to every of the country. All right. Thank you.
Right, absolutely fantastic. Are you done with your presentation, Abdullahi?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, of course, you completed that within the time limit. You had about an extra 1 minute to wrap up, but that's great, managing your time effectively. So I'd leave it to the judges to give their feedback and ask you questions, if any. All right. So if you're part of the judge, you want to make a comment, you want to ask Abdullahi questions, please feel free, raise your hand, and then we'll ask you to make a comment. So we'll do that on a rolling basis. So we might not take all the 5 of you at once, but maybe we'll take 3 for the first time. The next person will take another 2 or 3 people from the judges to give their comments and also ask the presenter questions. All right. Okay, so Sadiq has a question. So I'll call on Sadiq first of all. So Sadiq, please go ahead and ask a question or make a comment, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sadiq.
Okay, great. Excellent presentation, Abdullahi. I really enjoyed the flow of your conversation. One question I want to, and you really are able to see, if you're a data analyst, and this is really some of the things I love about your presentation. If you're a data analyst or you're a data scientist, a lot of the things that you do in the background, people don't really care about the code you write or what language you use to do your findings. At the end of the day, what really speaks to people, ordinary people like me, is how you've been able to present it, how you've been able to visualize it, how you've been able to represent it. And I think with the visuals, you've been able to do a lot of justice to that. I will give you that. Then also your flow was very coherent. It looks like you have a good understanding of what the topic entails. And you're also digging deep into the factors and, overlaying different factors and comparing them and putting them together to make your point. One question I would want to ask, though, is for you to clarify. Please, can you go to slide 14?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, can you please go to slide 14? Yeah. Okay. So, can you explain what the value of 2.0 is here and why is it needed if everything is like two, and it's just like the color that is kind of different? What's the choice of this? Because if you're going to use a bar chart, and going back to what I opened up with earlier, when you use visuals, it's great that it best represents exactly what you want to display. So can you kind of give an idea of why the choice of a bar chart, and what's the value, what's it doing if all of them are two and it's just the color that is different from the two of them? I get the idea of what you explained. I just want to have an idea of what was going through your mind.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So what's in the data set, we had developing a strategy adopted, then no strategy, I guess, then with another one. However, 2 of them were not actually relevant because no country did anything concerning them. Just that some of them appeared twice. Actually, I should have just averaged it to be 1, but I decided to just pick everything just so it to show that, oh, they appeared twice, like 2 times. That's for strategy adopted. However, Eswatini is developing a strategy. Now, this would have been the space for Eswatini for Cape Verde, if Cape Verde was also developing a strategy while they had adopted another strategy. Now, that's just the reason why the chart is like this. So I stacked it together. I just counted the amount of times they adopted a strategy, or the amount of times they were developing a strategy along the years. Did you get me? Okay, sorry, I think you're still muted.
Okay, yeah, I get the idea. I'm just saying that, generally speaking, if you're going to use a bar chart, something has to be relative. As you're seeing a lesser value, you have to see like a higher value as well. That's what makes a bar chart make sense. But I will probably defer to other judges here to probably give a comment. But excellent presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so Sebastian, please go ahead.
Hi, this is a wonderful presentation. I mean, left for me, I will not have made any comments, but the comment that my fellow co-judge picked up was on my list. So I have 4 questions for you. I don't know how you want me to go through it. Should I see the 4 questions? Do you answer or I ask, you answer? But nevertheless, don't be pressured. I just want to understand how you went about doing this. So maybe to understand what Sadiq was asking you, can you interpret to me what you understood? Because in the data set that contains strategy adopted, the values there seems to be categorical, 0, 1, 2, 3. How did you interpret that to mean the strategy? And maybe you have an understanding of what Sadiq was trying to make you understand in this bar chart. Do you want to give me the answer, please?
Okay. All right. Along the line, when we were working on the data set, we noticed they changed a part of the data to carry this how would I put it, these categories. So 0 there meant was actually a null. Then 1, 2, 3 carried strategy, no strategy, developing a strategy, and I think adopted a strategy and all, just like that. I can quickly bring it up if you wish
No,
to
that's
see.
fine. That's fine.
So
That's
that
fine.
was how. Okay, that was how I came about the category.
So you can see
It was
that
a new data set for people to us.
but you can see that that category is not reflecting on what you have on your y-axis.
The category is just how do I put it? Is just this color. It's just this color, just the two of them, the 2 different colors.
Okay, that's fine. So please take me to, is this slide 4 when you talk about unemployment?
All right.
So while you are going there, the first question I would like to ask, did you aggregate the data? Because in the data set, we have unemployment for female and for male. And did you try to look at what the ILO means in terms of business context?
In terms of business context, I did not look at it. All right. What I decided to do was to combine both of them as an aggregate. In fact, I saw the other portion where there was a population for adults, adult population. So I looked at it. If a country is looking to develop, you do not just look at the adults, you look at the entire population together. Then when you look at the entire population, you can now use that to predict what the future would be for the younger adults coming from behind. So that was how I decided to combine both the female and male population together.
Okay, I'll go to the recommendation next, but for this, the ILO means an estimate within the business context, and it was in ratio. So if you're aggregating it, you are not giving the right insight as what you want your stakeholders to understand. Rather, what you have just done to look at it individually as a single entity and merge it. Now, bringing in 2006, you have a little problem with that because there are some years there, there are some entries there that are negative. So, and when a ratio is a negative in this context, then it's actually seeing it from an inverse proportion, which you need to aggregate it. So I totally understand what you are trying to do, but I know within the short time you have, you couldn't get it to that speed. But that I love the idea you went towards that. Then take me to your recommendation, please.
Right.
So while you are doing that, if you look at the pattern, so what you're trying to do is to understand the pattern that is embedded in a data set. With that pattern, the first thing is to do your data cleaning properly. I mean, it started from 1800, I believe. I don't know how old you are, but I was not born by then within the data set. So you would have just taken a chunk of it, more especially to 2021, where we started, rather 5 to 7 years, because that 2006 had an issue. Now, your recommendation seems very well. But first of all, when you have the data set like this, you start to generate what I call hypothetical questions. What are those variables in the data set? What are those entities in the data set that can affect unemployment because the tax is unemployment? I'm surprised you talked about electricity, but you didn't show me the correlation with it. with the unemployment data that you have. I would have expected you to go into business density, because again, you talk about unemployment when there is business within an area and all that. Probably another presenter will tell me about that. But do you want to tell me how this, you are giving a general recommendation, but in your work, you are giving me insight as to individual countries. So which country can we say this recommendation can be alluded to?
All right. Now that I decided to take the two best countries, Ethiopia and Nigeria. All right.
What context?
And in the context of population, their GDP, the unemployment rate. All right. Yes.
That's what comes to, if you're now giving an insight without data, then you are making your own opinion, but the data set was given to you to derive an insight. GDP was not given to you. So I expected you to narrow it down from the insight that you've gotten to your data set. Overall, that was a good job. Well done. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Sebastian. So I think we've had fantastic feedback from the judges. We'll take, so Nkumisa, Adejoju, and Esther, for the next presenter, would be focusing on you if you have questions, because we've gone beyond the 5 minutes for the judges for now. Okay, so thank you very much, Abdullahi, for taking our time to present today. Wonderful presentation. The judges will be rating, and then we'll bring in the next presenter. So you can sit back, be a part of the audience, and also get to watch and listen into subsequent presentations. All right. Thank you very much for being a part of this. Okay, so we'll be bringing in the second presenter for today. So Elijah, if you can get Damilola to join us. Damilola will be going next. Like I said, for everybody who had to submit something yesterday, the 220, narrowing it down to 10 people, they had absolutely phenomenal work done. And you'd also get to see that shortly. So we are bringing in Damilola Esson, who would be giving us the second presentation for today. All right. So Damilola, I can see you. I've asked you to unmute yourself. You can also put on your video so we can see you and I can spotlight you. Great.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Damilola. How are you doing today?
I'm very fine, and how are you?
I'm all right. Okay, so Damilola, you have 10 minutes to present. Okay, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then the judges would have 5 minutes to ask you questions and also give you feedback based on what you'll be presenting to us today. Okay, so I wish you all the best, Damilola. All you have to do is you can share your screen so we can see your presentation, and then you can get started. So go ahead and share. Let's see what you have. All right. Lola, how are you doing today? And then you can get started. So go ahead and share. Yes, I can see your screen. I'm all right, Damilola. Okay, so Damilola, you have once again minutes to present. How are you doing today? Then you can get 10 minutes. Go ahead and share. Yes, I can see your screen. All right, Damilola. Okay, so Damilola, you have once again minutes to present.
So we're definitely unraveling the challenges of unemployment in Africa using a data-driven approach. We all know unemployment has always been a complex. Sorry,
Damilola. Hi, Damilola. Sorry to butt in. Yes, you have your audio is a bit muffled. Okay, I don't know. I think it's your headphones.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, but you're not clear enough.
How about now?
It's still the same. Do you want to take out the headphones and speak directly to your computer? Maybe that would be better.
Okay, just give me a minute to do that, sorry, please.
All right.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, I think it's better, Damilola. Okay, so you can go ahead, and your time starts now.
Thank you. So please, can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right. So like I said, unemployment has always been complex, and it has always been the most faster challenge faced in nations globally. specific, and also Africa is not an exception. And we're using this medium to delve into the data sets that we have to uncover insights and recommend or provide solutions that might help mitigate these issues in the future. So from my project, I started by loading in the data sets. I'm not going to delve much into that. This was me just doing a sample view of the old data sets. And like all data, all real-world data, every data has its own challenges and there's no clean data anywhere. So likewise with the data sets we were presented with, there were some data issues that we identified, and I was able to list them here, which is a way to just create an iterative process in using the data in the future. So there were presence of missing values in some data. We have inconsistent year values across the unemployment rate data set itself, where we have negative values of years. We had also some years that were not the same consistency with others with other data sets in the data set that were presented. Like some started from 1991, some started from around 2019, and so on like that. We also have some situations whereby the minimum value in the education expenditure was 0. We also have some code missing in the electricity access. We had some minimum value of 2006, like I was saying, like some of the years were not consistent with the other data sets, like in the total firms year. And also another missing value issue, and so on like that. And I went further to investigate these issues and checking the columns with 0 unemployment rates, and we found out that those columns with the year data had no value in the unemployment rates. And I went ahead and did some further investigation to find more about the data, which I also listed the results of the further investigations here. We saw that rows with negative and error years in the year column are associated with null values in both the female unemployment rate and male unemployment rate. So these rows are considered errors, and we suggested to drop them, which I eventually did. Also, the missing or 0 values in the population column are also related to the same set of null values in the unemployment rate. The youth employment strategy contained integer values, which was required to change it to a categorical value. The instances where the expenditure is also 0, specifically for Nicaragua in 1982, 1984, 1987, where I had to validate that online using this macrotrends.net, which I found out that those values were actually correct. They had 0 expenditure for education in those years. Also in electricity access, we had instances where electricity access values were less than 0, and also had to confirm that online to see if it was factual and the data was correct. And also the country codes we have where some were not filled in, and I had to fill that in, and I also listed out the data cleaning process here. So let's go ahead and delve into the data analysis itself. Here I visualized the gender-based employment rates over time in Africa, where we can see a kind of I'm sorry for that. Here we can see that there's a steady flow of steady trend in unemployment rate between the female and the male, but there's a great disparity between the female unemployment rate and the male unemployment rate. Over the years, the female unemployment rate has always been more than the unemployment rate, and we can even see it on the ranges here, where the list of the female unemployment rates for most years start around 8, while that for the unemployment rate for men start around 7. So likewise too, the most for females start around 14, was an average of around 14, while for men was an average of around 11. So that shows us that there's a good disparity in the unemployment rate for females and males. Yeah, I was also checking out the education expenditure distribution by year using a box plot for all the years we have in our data set. And it was apparent that the mean percentage of education expenditure usually fluctuates over the years. It was demonstrating a diverse financial commitment to education, probably by some countries and some regions in Africa. And we can see that there's some years around maybe like 2005, 2006, where the mean were high, and over the years it's reduced again. We are having the recent years on the data set, we had the mean of the education expenditure reduced, and that's something to look at, and why African countries are spending less on education. And we have here the education expenditure over the years by the continents. Here I was trying to see how Africa does with other continents, where I highlighted Africa here in red, and we can see that, funny enough, Africa has always been, on average, always spends more on education than most other regions, except for Australia, which has always kind of spent more and a huge spike in around this year's year. Then we saw that even the North America and the South America, well-developed regions are quite spending less on unemployment values, and this could lead to various things. It could be like African countries are not prioritizing education, or probably the culture of corruption that the budgeted expenditure are not being utilized in Africa. Things like that could arise. Also, we try to see the distribution of electricity assets in Africa, and we can see that over the years, we can see that African countries have improved in their electricity assets, whereby the average of electricity assets have improved, and we can see that in the ranges also. Then I was also visualizing the total limited liability companies versus the adult population in Africa, trying to just see the bivariate relationship between variables. And yeah, we can see that there's kind of like a little positive relationship between the limited liability, the total number of limited liability companies in Africa and the adult population. And that's reasonable because we can understand that probably where there's a lot of companies, then people will migrate to probably for jobs and stuff like that. And also here we're visualizing the youth strategy, which shows that for Africans, this quite add like quite an interesting insight, because in the first 2 years, Africans in the first 2 years of the data set for youth strategy, Africa tends to have like the same numbers in developing a strategy adopted, and the strategy operationalized. But however, in the last year in the data set, we can see that there's less on those strategies that has been adopted. Like for those that developed a strategy became low, those that adopted the strategy became low. Likewise, also the strategy operationalized was also reduced. And that's something that probably could be one could delve into for further analysis and find out the problems there. So yeah, we also see that there's a positive correlation between the female and male unemployment rate, which is quite reasonable, that once the unemployment rate for females increases, same thing for the males, and vice versa. And here we're trying to see a correlation matrix between the numerical variables in the data sets. And yeah, we see that like what we discovered earlier, there was a positive correlation between female unemployment and male employment. There was also a positive correlation between the total LSE and the population. Here also we're seeing a positive correlation between electricity assets and business density, which could inform that probably where there is electricity, people tend to like build businesses and stuff like that. And other insights that might not even be related to the unemployment rates that the data set could tell us. Then I went further to do some explanatory data analysis. Here I was trying to see countries that improved in their educational expenditure. And here I was I listed the top 5 female unemployment rates and their top 5 countries with unemployment rate and the least 5 countries with unemployment rate. So we see that Djibouti here as the top was the country with the most with the highest unemployment rates on average, then followed by Lesotho and so on. And for the males, we also have Djibouti as the highest for unemployment rates. Then the least 5 countries, we have the Chad as the least with the lowest unemployment rate on average for females, and Chad also for the lowest unemployment rates for male. Then here I was trying to, there was something I said earlier, which before this chart was me trying to see countries that improved in their educational expenditure. And we can see here that South Sudan on average increased their education expenditure quite a lot. Like there was a huge spike here that even up to like some like maybe ×3 or ×10 of what they were spending before on expenditure. That was around 2019. And on average, they improved their education expenditure like 100%, and followed by Somalia also. And we can see these are the top 10 countries that improved their educational expenditure. Yeah, I was trying to see the impact of the other variables in the data set on our unemployment rates. Here we're looking at population. There's quite of like, it's not significant, there's no significant trend actually, but for the data around this place, we can see that there's a positive correlation, but although there is still a lot of outliers from both the unemployment rate and the population itself. Then same thing for the role of education. The role of education kind of seem like once there's an increase in educational expenditure, there tend to be some improvements in unemployment. There's going to be like lesser unemployment rates. The data are a bit clustered in lower unemployment rates. Then also impact of electricity on unemployment. The data, there's not really much correlation, except that for the more the electricity access increases, there's less unemployment rate also, especially for the female unemployment rate, for the male unemployment rate rather, which is highlighted in orange. And also we're checking for business environments here, the business density, looking at this correlation with the unemployment rate as well.
Yeah, Damilola, you have just 1 minute to wrap up your.
Thank you. So yeah, I was also looking at the regional differences in unemployment rate between countries. And yeah, we're looking at the youth strategy effectiveness in unemployment rate, how it has improved, and the effect it's having on the unemployment rate. Yeah, there's a huge insight here whereby we saw that for female year, it has always been more, there's always been higher unemployment rates in developing a strategy and strategy adopted. But when the strategy becomes operationalized, the female unemployment rate got a spike, which needs to be studied, and why those strategies are not working for the female population. Then also there are also other insights generated. For the sake of time, let me go into the insight that were covered. Like the gender disparity on unemployment, we see the analysis revealed that there's a persistent gender disparity in unemployment rate across Africa, where females are consistently experiencing higher unemployment rates compared to the males. Also, there were yearly fluctuations, particularly in 2019 and 2020, where we noticed that probably it could be because of the COVID and the economic downtime in the situation. Virtually all our variables had a spike in that period. Then we have the youth unemployment strategies, whereby, like I said earlier, when strategies were operationalized, it showed an higher average unemployment rate for females, which needs to be studied and figured out. We also have education expenditure, which showed a diverse pattern over the years. Like recent data indicated that there's a slight decrease in the mean percentages of education expenditure. Then the percentage of population within access of electricity demonstrated a consistent upward trend also. Then there were also few recommendations that were given based on the data-driven insights that we've gotten, which is to implement policies that will specifically target reducing gender-based unemployment disparities, also evaluate and refine existing youth employment strategies to ensure they align with current socioeconomic dynamics, also boosting educational expenditure, infrastructure development, supporting LLCs and small businesses, also monitoring and evaluation of our strategies, further investigation to the gender-specific trends, then collaboration and knowledge sharing between African countries and also outside world to find out how we can better improve our unemployment situation in Africa. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Damilola, for that presentation. You went beyond the allotted time by 1 minute, 2 seconds. Okay, so you spent about 11 minutes, 2 seconds to deliver your presentation. Okay, so I'll leave it to the judges. I'll leave it to the judges for questions and feedback. All right, so as usual, judges, if you have questions, please raise your hand. I know we didn't call Nkumisa, Esther, and Adejoju, so I'll start from you, Misa. If you have question, please, a question or comments, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see my hand, so excuse my manners. Abi, great presentation. I think for me, I don't have questions much. I think I think it's very important to understand as a data professional that it boils down to the data storytelling. You need to tell a story. It's one thing to read the insights and play with the data set and clean it. You need to tie it back with telling a story. It's the so what. We've analyzed the data, we've sliced and diced it, we've cleaned it, we've put it in charts, we've used either Power BI, Tableau, Python in the best way possible. But it's the so what, because whoever you're going to be presenting the data to needs to know, so what? Why am I here right now? What are you telling me? And I think as much as you were out of time, at the bottom there, how you tied those insights for me told the story where you are drawing the story of these countries and saying this is currently what's happening in these countries. This is in relation to the data sets that you've been given. So I think well done on that. Two tips that I will give you is that when you are presenting your insights and you've been playing with the data set, it's very nice that you were able to show us your technical thinking, right? How you approach a problem from a technical perspective. And I think that is very good for a job interview. If you're being asked, how would you solve this problem? But when you're speaking to your stakeholders and the job is that you solve a problem, perhaps you can leave out how the findings the technical findings of the data sets where you had missing data, you had nulls, you had incomplete, you cleaned it, you compared it with that. It's not important for your stakeholders on the table. They want to know the so what. And I think a lot of your time was spent on that. Hence, you are now 1 minute over. And I think it's very beautiful that your passion comes out in the work that you're doing, that you want to share with people what you did. We've all been guilty of that. I'm sure other judges will agree with me. We've all been guilty of being carried away by the work that we did behind closed doors in those long hours when no one was watching. But it's something to keep for yourself and to share with your boss, maybe in your one-on-one or in your interview. But when you're presenting a case study to your stakeholders, go straight to the bottom of your analysis here that I think presented beautifully some recommendation and showed us where where the strengths and the weaknesses in terms of when we start to implement the strategy, we start to see an improvement, or when we see when we implement those strategies, we start to see an unfairness towards females. Perhaps we need to look at how those policies are formed and how those strategies are formed and who's sitting around the table. Do we have enough female representation? There's so much you can build from that little insight that you shared with us. So that's one. Go straight to your insights next time. And then the second thing is that it's a beautiful Word document, very detailed, but summarize your story in a PowerPoint presentation, make it nice and visual, and go to your insights and highlight them. And then you can send your Word document perhaps as a follow-up to your panel or to your stakeholders to say, further to the presentation that I gave you, here is a more detailed document that tells you more about what I found with the data. But overall, I think well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Misa. Esther, do you have any words for Damilola?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great presentation. I think if I've mentioned most of what I was going to say actually. And in my view, I just want to add on to what Munita said. In terms of the presentation itself, the fact, the data, excellent, perfect, amazing. But it was about how do you land the point? What's the story? What are you trying to? What's the story or the recommendation? I did not get that. I did not understand. I felt like there was so many aspects to the presentation. I did not understand what the main recommendation or suggestion was, or the output or the outcome of your findings. So that's one thing I think you need to really work on. The other thing is, as Lisa said, is around the visualization of your presentation. Because I mean, if you are presenting this to data, like-minded people like us, we get it, we understand it, we love it. We understand data, we understand how this works. But if you're presenting this to a CEO or a COO or a CFO, they're not really, they're not in the same page in terms of language. We're not on the same page in terms of literacy. So it's very important to consider your audience, like who are you presenting this to, and how you communicate your outcomes or your output. The other thing is, in terms of the insights that came out, amazing, great. But to the point that is raised, so what? What is your main how do I put this? What's the goal? What's the thing that you want to send out? The message, or the narrative? What are you trying to portray? There were so many things, and they're all amazing. But what exactly do you want us to walk away with? Right? If we left here today, what do you want us to remember? And I think that's very important for you when you put this presentation together. But otherwise, amazing. I wish you all the best. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. I think we'll take one more feedback from Sadiq. Sadiq, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the grading criteria, so I'll probably not just want you to go without a question. And my question would be, what can you explain to me? There's a part of your slide that says you were comparing like the some factors in Africa, I think the educational spend to other countries, and I want to understand one where you get your data from, because I don't think it was there in the in your presentation. I don't think the source was there, so except you want me to probably take your word for it. And in fact, if you're it is really important that you actually let me know the source, because the way you presented that fact was like I can't rephrase it the way you said it, but I think from my head you said Africa spends more, most countries in Africa spend more than any other country in the world except Australia. So can you show like a data to back that up? And yeah, let's just have an understanding.
Okay, yeah, so there's the data set here. So it was actually from the data that was presented to us from the educational expenditure. So I plotted the educational expenditure, the average of the educational expenditure over the years. Then I categorized it by each line by the continent. So what I did was this continent was not present in our data set, which I created when I was doing the data cleaning and processes, or whereby I used both the region and sub-region present in the country code dataset to create a continent column in the unemployment rate dataset. And when I matched data, they were all together. And so I just used that continent data to present the educational expenditure, and this was what it provided. Like from the line charts, the average here was showing that the red line was mostly above all other regions, except in some few places. Then Australia here showing an average over the African region. Did that answer the question?
It kind of. Can you scroll down just a little bit? I just want to see the code with which you. Okay, I'll leave it at that because we're out of time. But I get your explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Sadiq. Adejoju, sorry, I think we're out of time. Okay, so for the next presenter, I know you have some feedback, so maybe you want to make a note of that and give it as a general comment at the end of the presentation. So we'll have you come up during the next presentation to ask questions or make comments. Okay, thank you very much, Damilola. Wonderful work. I'd like to say thank you for being a part of this event for this edition. All right, so you can sit back, relax with the audience, and also get to enjoy the other presenters. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to the next presenter for today, and that would be Gabriel. But just before Gabriel comes in, I'd like to the judges, please, if you haven't rated the first presenter and the second, you can take out 2 minutes to do that now. So go to your sheets, your rating sheets, and please ensure that you have everybody rated, so we don't have it, pending eventually. All right. So while you do that, if you've been having a fantastic time listening to the wonderful presentations and also the comments and questions, just type in a yes into the chat. Type in a yes into the chat if you've been enjoying the session so far. Brilliant. Absolutely. I'm having a very good time myself. Made a lot of notes, and I hope we'll have enough time. I'll share some of my own feedback at the end, of course. Really amazing presentations. I totally agree with you. All right. So judges, one more time, please ensure that you have the participants rated just before we bring in Gabriel. Okay. And I want to make an announcement. We had David. We're meant to have 10 presentations today, but we are bringing it down to 9. So we have David Jeremiah, who was taken out of today's events. And the reason is this. So when we got the submissions, the final submissions, all the top 10 presenters were given the opportunity to go back to refine their presentation that they'll be making to the judges and in preparation for today. But David never came back with his final submission. Okay, so we don't know the reason why. We reached out to him, so we had to pull him out of the event. Okay, so we'll be going with 9 presenters for today. I can see your face, Ukumisa. Okay, so we'll have the next person, which is Gabriel. Gabriel is currently on the call with us. Gabriel, how are you doing today?
Very fine.
All right, good to have you, Gabriel. So, Gabriel, you'll be presenting to the judges, showing us what you've done. You'd have 10 minutes to make your presentation, okay? And you'd also have, the judges would have 5 minutes to ask you questions and also give you feedback on your presentation, all right? So you can go ahead and share your screen. Let's have your presentation. All right. So just once again, Gabriel, we want you to be audible. 10 minutes for your presentation. You'd have 5 minutes for the judges to ask you questions when you're done. All the best, Gabriel, and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all the hackathon organizers, to our judges and fellow participants. My name is Gabriel. I'm from Rwanda. I'm super excited to be in the hackathon and to present my findings from the data that we got. So, it was a challenge hackathon, but I tried my best to get some insights that can be beneficial to the government, to the institution, to have an impact to unemployment in Africa. So, Africa with a youthful demographic hold a median age of 18.8 years from the data from World Meter. This predominance of youth people ideally position our continent as a reservoir of vibrant and robust workforce potential. However, the employment landscape presents a significant challenge to hinder the realization of the potential. From the data from African development in 2015, only 16.7% of the youth have access to waged employment. 1/3 of the youth have the issue of being unemployed, and another 1/3 of the youth has the job which is not satisfying. That means vulnerable employment. So this is posing the challenge to our continent. That is why urgent need for strategic intervention to harness the youth workforce is needed for sustainable development. So the general introduction to my work, so the goals was to study, to analyze, to identify the pattern, and to get recommendation to the government and stakeholders to implement effectively address and how they can reduce the unemployment rate, particularly on focusing on African context. So the data overview, we have a lot of data set that we pass through. There is a data set of unemployment rate that reveals the gender disparity in the employment within our continent. There is a national strategy youth employment data set that outlines the initiatives against youth unemployment. There is share of education that highlights the importance of economy to the growth. There is also the access to electricity data set that shows the role of infrastructure and development. There is also the farms, historical data of farms that are showing the business, how the business are being run in Africa. There is also a country code data set that allows us to organize those previous mentioned data set. So coming directly to the insight from the unemployment gender disparity, the disparity in Africa, I have found that there are a lot of females unemployment compared to the males. So even visually on the graph, we can easily see that the females are being unemployed. There is high rate of unemployment between females and males according to the data that we are analyzing. On this figure, there are top 5 countries with unemployment gender disparity. The first one being Sudan, the second being Egypt, the third one being Djibouti, Gabon, and Sao Tome. Also, there is here the average unemployment rate in Africa, according to the data for females is 11.2, for males there is 8.14. Then there is an equality of around 3%, according to the data we had. Going on the national strategy for youth employment, comparing the data that we have from 2019 and 2020, a lot of African countries have adopted this strategy, but few of them has a strategy optimization. That means that there is a lot of work to be done to change from strategy adoption to the strategy of the operationalization. So around 17 countries have already adopted the strategy, but only 6 countries were able to operationalize the strategy. Then comparing the 2 years, this shows that there is no progress with the strategy implementation. The 2 years, the strategy are the same. This means there is no country which is like improving the strategy from maybe the adoption to operationalization. For those 2 years, there's no country which were improving, because the data shows that the strategy was the same for the 2. So coming to the government expenditure on the education, this is the data that shows the yearly average expenditure of expenditure to the education. This shows a decrease in the amount invested in education in the previous past years compared to the average expenditures. This data is for average for all continents, for the country which were having the data. This shows that the government are just reducing the amount of money that they are investing, which can lead to the reduction in the education quality. And when the education quality is not good, the graduate will not have required skills to compete to the job, to compete with other continents. So that means government, they have to be encouraged to increase the amount of money invested in education. So coming to the electricity access, my finding shows that there is an increase in the electricity access to the African countries. The average is around 55% of the electricity access, but the 55% is very low and is very low compared to the need of electricity to our continent. That means 45% of African people are not having benefit of electricity, they are not benefiting for the job created by the electricity access. This is also a big challenge to the continent, even though there is a great progress, but we're still at low level. That means government stakeholders need to take actions to increase this electricity access. So coming to the business, we have found that the business density in Africa is very low. So that means a lot of effort have to be implemented to increase the business density in Africa. So with a lot of businesses, I know that a lot of youth can benefit from them. A lot of youth can get jobs from the businesses. So then the recommendation. The first recommendation is to encourage government to put effort to the girls' education, to put effort to encourage the girl to compete with their fellow males, because there are a lot of tangible result output that shows that girls are also can do everything when they are empowered. And the government are also encouraged to tell the employees to reduce the gender discrimination between males and females. Another recommendation is to encourage the government to work on the national strategy for youth. That is to work on the national strategy of the youth, to encourage the government from moving a step forward from strategy adaptation to strategy optimization, so that strategy operationalization so that the youth can benefit from the job creation from this strategy. Also, I can encourage the government stakeholder to invest in a lot of money in the education, because with a greater investment in education, we will have a better quality of education, better skilled graduates which can compete not only on our of African continent but also compete to the other continent with jobs. So another recommendation is to increase the electricity access by maybe employing the renewable energy sources that we have here in Africa. We have a lot of river that can be benefited. We have a lot of sunny season that can be benefited to produce access to electricity. Another recommendation is to encourage the government to increase the business opportunity in their countries and to reduce maybe taxes to reduce taxes to the business so that a lot of taxes can be created and have an easy operation in their countries. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present my insights. So I welcome feedback from our participants and questions. That's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well done, Gabriel. You were at the nick of time, just right on time. So well done for that, for sticking to time, Gabriel. Okay, so I'll leave you to the judges for questions and comments. Adejoju, I don't know if you want to start. I know you had a question the other time. Do you have a question for Gabriel?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, well, I had, I would say feedback more like for Gabriel. Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. All right, so quickly, first of all, Gabriel, well done. I think so far, I like how simple you have tried to visualize the information around all the variables in the data set. So let me start from there. So well done with doing that. I always look out for considerations around data ink ratio where you don't unnecessarily just pack information and occlude what we need to see. And I thought you did that very well. Like every other participant, you have done well with highlighting the issues in the data set. And I think tying it together at the recommendation is what I had a bit of challenge with. I wanted to say I would have loved to see a strong correlation, show us something. So from what I've listened to from your presentation, I know that females are more unemployed than male. Government probably is not spending enough on educational expenditure. You know, it's sort of clear. You know, spending time listening to you. However, what's the correlation? What's correlation between female have been more unemployed compared to male with the unemployment rate and other sort of information you can find in the data set will have also been lovely to see, so that it gives an idea of what should happen. Yeah, you mentioned in your recommendation that government should do this, should provide more electricity, should I think something about encouraging. Maybe you want to go to that last page for the recommendation. Something around encouraging females more. There were no based on what you can find in the data set. So government should reduce investing money in education. I've reduced investing money in education. That's still the problem. So again, maybe what recommendations I would have loved to hear with what can be done really along the lines of, we know what the problems are from the data set, from what you have shown. So how can it be solved using a data-driven approach as well? So that is sort of what I did not quite get. But in terms of how you have presented, I think it's simple and clear and concise enough. And I just want to say well done. That'll be my comment.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
All right, thank you for that, Adejoju. Sebastian, please go ahead.
Hi, Gabriel. To be honest, I'm so impressed with the way you manage time. So when you started, in my mind, I'm now like, okay, let me just sit back and wait till how many minutes you are going to devote to your insight, and you actually did absolutely well. Well done.
Thank you so much.
I'm not going to dwell more on the recommendation. I mean, just take the feedback you've heard from my fellow co-judges, and probably you listen to the other conversations that have taken place. I mean, the set of people that went before you. So, one thing that makes you, and I hope Dami is still listening, one thing that makes you a good storytelling is your ability to develop your data intellectual curiosity. All right, please take me to the part where you showed the graph, the business density. So I know you don't have much time, and if you are to do these tasks again, I want you to look at this, right? One, what's business density? How does that affect unemployment? What does that really mean in the context? And if you have drawn your strength from here, then you now look at those countries that are having high rate of unemployment. How are do they have more business within that country? No, don't look at it, because what you have here is so broad. So when you say Africa, I can bet you 7 countries don't have data as regards to the business density. So you are telling me Africa, you are misinforming me at the moment. So instead of you narrowing it to Africa, you could have just looked at countries, because for each of those data sets that you have, some countries, their records are not there. So when you say Africa, you are not telling me what's the right information, and which would automatically affect the recommendation that you are going to give. Then you talked about business density, but you didn't talk about how many liability companies that exist in those country. All right, and both of them are in one data set. So I'm not sure why you skipped that, but for it to be there, I mean, you should just have a look at it and see if there is any correlation or any pattern that you can discover from it. So is that ability to ask questions, but I know you may be constrained with time and all of that. There's another slide I want to ask you a question on. Okay, this is very much interesting. Again, data quality matters, because the insight you are giving is as good as that data that you are providing. For example, this particular one, 1990, that included in the data sets, you will see that in some countries, the year there, or the number there were just 4 digits. But again, you are showing me that in 1990, across Africa, that the electricity is of increase. I mean, so I'm not just assessing you based on what you've presented to me. I'm looking further to the insight. Assuming I'm the owner of this data set now, and I want to make insight. I've actually, from this 1990, that particular point, there are a lot of errors or data entering that are there, which I expected you to have excluded when you have looked at um, uh, trying to pre-process your data properly. So you may want to just have a look at that next time. But overall, you did absolutely well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
All right, thank you very much for that, Sebastian. Okay, so we have one more judge who wants to speak, or if not, we move on to the next presenter for today. Okay, thank you to the wonderful judges for the instructive feedback. We have the next presenter who will be going today after Gabriel is Jamike. Okay. So Jamike on the call. And again, once more, judges, please ensure that you have your rating sheets completed. So if you haven't rated, please go ahead and rate. Jamike Ohia. All right. So Jamike, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself, and I would also put you on the spotlight for your presentation. How are you doing today, Jamike?
I'm doing fine. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Great to have you on board, Jamike. Okay, you have 10 minutes to present your work to the judges, and then you'd have 5 more minutes for the judges to ask you questions. So at the end of 10 minutes, you are done with your presentation, and then the judges would ask you questions and also give you feedback for another 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All the best, Jamike. So go ahead and share your screen. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. So good evening, everybody. My name is Jamike, and I'm from Nigeria, but currently I'm based in the UAE. And I thank 10Alytics for this opportunity, because this is my first hackathon in the real sense. So I've always wanted to do a hackathon. And this is my first time doing data science analytics in rigorous context, apart from school. So it gave me
Jamike, we can't see your screen yet. Are you sharing yet? We can't see
Yes,
it.
I was going to share, yeah.
Okay, go on.
Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay, so sorry for that. Okay, so let me just start with my presentation. So tackling the problem of unemployment in Africa. So it's of no surprise that unemployment is really plaguing Africa as a continent. It's due to various factors such as rapid population, limited economic diversification, and also challenges in aligning education with market needs. So there are many instances where we have lots of graduates, right, in Africa, but not enough jobs for them, or the job market is very competitive. So my goal was to use the case study given to us to see if we can tackle this problem based on data-driven proposals. Okay, so starting off with my visualization, for this project, I used the Python programming language because I'm familiar with this language, and in particular, I used the Pandas, Seaborn, and Matplotlib libraries. So Pandas is very powerful for data frame, data preprocessing, data cleaning with powerful functions and libraries and modules to use. So I just used using the Jupyter Notebook to solve and gain insight. So here's a quick review of my notebook. So in the first cell, you can see I have loaded all my data into my CSV files. So loading them into my data frame, okay? And one thing I noticed about this CSV is that some of the data sets were inconsistent. So take, for example, unemployment, right? So if I just put unemployment here, this is the wrong one, just put unemployment data frame and run this code. So you can see that we have this, the columns, so entity code here, but we also have lots of NaN values, null values, or basically missing values. And one could say that, okay, just remove the records with null values and then take the ones without null values. But then again, if you can see the length, so what is the length of unemployment, for example? So the length, we have close to 60,000 data records, okay? And then when we see the total amount of null values, what we can see here is, let me just remove this, unemployment dot is null and then sum. So what we can see here is we have the 60,000 like discussed before, but we also have 52,000 missing data. So taking this huge chunk of data off our data frames it will cause a huge blow to us because we'll get inaccurate data. So one of the first things I did was to preprocess my data and cleanse it, basically data cleansing, filling out the missing data and removing the outliers. Okay, so one of the outliers is with unemployment. Other data frames such as, let's say, user strategy employment with dot is null and then sum, we can see that they do have some null values, right? So we do have like 5,000 and 5,000 state unemployment. Let me just put for youth strategy, Control C, Control V. So we can see it's 0, 0, 0. So we can work with this data set, not a lot of missing values and all that. But what about outliers? So here's an example. I have my unemployment data CSV, my data frame from pandas. So basically we're reading it into pandas. And here I am filling the null values, okay? So I'm using the mean imputation process, basically gets the average, since the average gives us like the typical value or the expected value, right? So basically to give us the average, just give me a second here and scroll a bit here. Okay, so basically I'm using the fill in function to fill in all the null data for unemployment for male and female, and at the same time getting the mean, right? And then replacing them, okay? And over here, I identified the outliers in LLC. There were a lot of outliers I could find in LLC data, and I'm able to remove them using a threshold. So basically, I have a threshold. If anything's above the 3 standard deviation, it's an outlier, okay? Then using the z-scores, okay? And removing, basically just using the z-score statistic methods, and then remove the row containing outliers. Now, one thing I've realized, so if I go to the PDF from 10Alytics, so for share education, not this, for National Youth Strategy for Youth Employment, we can see here that we have numeric data, but they act as categorical variables. So for example, 0 is not a continuous value, but rather it's a factor, no strategy, developing strategy, strategy adopted, and strategy operationalized. So noticing this, to make the analysis easier for me, I created a mapping, right? So 0 is this, 0 is that, 1 is mapped using Python dictionaries, created a mapping, and was able to map that using the map function to this. Now, once I execute this function, you can see I have this data set of youth strategy employment, and I have this developing no strategy, and to make it easier, okay? And from the next step onwards, I begin to merge the data frames, essentially merging them as one data frame. And then from there, I can select using the pandas filtering methods to select the relevant ones I need to get my insights. So the first insight, my first visual analysis of data was insight on government expenditures and unemployment rates, right? So over here, I took a sample, okay, but for this specifically, I didn't use the sample, I used the population, right? So over here in my presentation, I had used the population earlier, and then here is, let me just run this code to get the sample, and here. So from this, we can see we have 3 line graphs here, right? So the green represents government expenditure on education, red represents female unemployment rate, and blue is for men. Now from here, we can actually get a trend, because I've noticed that whenever, let me just get annotate here. So whenever the trend increases, right? If the government, and then if it increases, the female and male unemployment rate will decrease, right? So here's an example. So we're starting from these data points. So these circles are the data points. So from point A to point B, we can see a drastic decrease in government expenditure. But when we come down here for male and female, we can see it also increases. So you can see that there is this zigzag motion, right? So I can predict that at this point, once my expenses, once the government expenses increases at this point, over here it will also, at this point it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will slightly increase, okay? And then once we go down at this point, you can see that it will go up. So what do we learn from this trend? So what I learned from this trend is that there's a direct correlation between government expenditures and unemployment rates. And specifically in Africa, so I have a data set here in Africa using bar graphs. So I have this labeled low, moderately low, moderate, and moderately high and high, right? So here I have outside of Africa. And outside of Africa, we can see that as the government expenditure range increases to, let's say, all the way to high, we can see that there is a slightly decrease in unemployment for both male and female, right? So there's a slight decrease of employment. And then if we go to in Africa, average unemployment versus this is in Africa. So here we can see that there is that decrease, but however, there's a huge difference between outside of Africa and in Africa. So outside of Africa, we can see here that for high, so when the government spends the most on education from their expenditures, to give us around, let's say 4.5-ish, 6, close to 5, right? That is the average unemployment rate. But then over here, we can see when the governments in Africa, when the government spends the most in education, it's here, right? So at 4, approximately at 4. So what this data can tell us is, in Africa, when the government spends the most, we can see that there is a trend of reducing the unemployment rate compared to those outside of Africa, okay? So one of the solutions and proposals I'm going to propose is that for solution A is between increasing more funds in the education sector, and not just for like universities, but also for vocational schools, colleges, and equipping them with the right skills, employability skills. And I believe from the data that government expenditure is linked inextricably with access to electricity, right? So one of my solutions is enabling electricity access. It tends to facilitate the technological integration into learning environments, which will foster skill development, okay? And then the outcome would be that there will be more number of jobs, there will be no number of job-ready graduates from diverse educational strata, okay? The next analysis I figured out, I was able to detect was the visualization for access to electricity.
Jamike,
yes?
you have just a minute to wrap up.
Okay. So visualization of electricity. So to the population of electricity, we can see that there's a decrease, right? So over here, we can see here for electricity, there's this, it's the same thing with government, but a bit slightly, it's not insensitive to the data. So as I increase electricity, it also increases. And for non-strategy, we also have those without no strategy for the youth employment. We can see that the unemployment rate is increased. So my main recommendation is that, so my main insight is recognizing the critical link between education and employment, advocating the seamless transition for students from secondary school to higher school or vocational training, okay? And also decentralizing electricity, because in Africa, we have lots of countries where electricity is provided by the federal government, not by the states or the regions, and given into account of the population. So when we have a lot of population, it's going to be hard to provide electricity to everyone. So to decentralize the authority, the electricity providing authority. And that is my my recommendation and my insights on why on how we can stop and tackle the problem of unemployment. And one last insight is with the total number of companies. So we can see at its highest peak, right, the unemployment rate, it reduces. So it's less than it's more than the unemployment rate. So also create more number of companies, but at the same time, giving employees, giving graduates and students employable skills, okay, training them further for the job, because most students in Africa will graduate thinking they'll get a job, right? We have to prepare them for the job. So that is one thing I believe for youth strategy, the youth strategy implementation. And that's it with my presentation. And yeah, I'm done.
All right. Great job, Bamike. Jamike, I beg your pardon. Fantastic presentation, but you went beyond the allotted time by 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Okay. So I'll leave it to the judges to ask questions and also give their comments. All right. So who wants to go first? Who has questions, please?
I have a comment.
Right.
Sorry, I don't see that. I don't see that thing where I'm supposed to raise my hand, so I'm becoming like very rude right now, and I don't like it.
Don't worry. Next time,
But
Kumisa, just do this, and I'll know you have a question. Okay. All right. Go
we've
ahead.
been living in the virtual world. We even forgot we have physical hands. I think for me, Jamike, okay. So I think you're clearly quite a techie, and you like your tools, and I think it comes out that you're quite familiar with them, and that is very good. It's very admirable when I see data professionals being passionate about all the amazing tools and things that we're able to do with our assets. I totally understand. We're passionate about it. But one comment, right? When you're presenting, when the minute they say it's a case study, it's a business case, we're solving a problem, right? You want to get to the point as much as possible, right? It's not about demonstrating your technical abilities as much as they're very admirable. And I think kudos to you that, you've spent so much time applying yourself, especially since you said, you haven't had much hands-on experience applying this. But I think when you are presenting to people and you have been given a problem, I think in your mind, immediately think about what is the point of me doing this analysis, right? We don't analyze data for the sake of analyzing. We analyze data to get to the root of the problem and to solve the problem, right? If you think about it in a business context, we're either analyzing data to increase profit, right? To increase efficiencies in business, or to reduce risk. There's quite some critical things that problems that business is trying to solve. In this case, another critical problem, we're trying to improve employment. So yours should be to come on stage and say, based on the data and the analysis that you've done, these are the problems that you found. These are the key drivers of these problems based on the deep dive that you've done on the data, and this is the solution. From my perspective, I think I didn't get the solution much. I got a lot of your technical analysis and your way of thinking, approaching the problem from a technical perspective. How did you solve it? But I didn't get much about what is the solution. As such, I don't have a question to ask based on the solution, because I don't think you touched on why are we here? Why have you gathered us here? To tell us about youth unemployment. And I think the case study is quite clear. We're solving a youth unemployment problem in Africa. How do we do that? How does data help us solve that problem based on the data sets that you've been given? And I think just as a final one on presenting insights, even to the others that are on the call that have presented before, come on stage, tell us what are you going to tell us. Introduce the problem, introduce what you're going to do. Tell us what you are telling us, what you are here to tell us, and then summarize by closing and telling us what you told us. Those three things will make sure that those stakeholders, when they leave their chairs, they know exactly why Jamike was on that stage and what he was talking about. Yeah, and that's it from me. But I think well done on the work that you did. You're quite a technical resource. If I was hiring right now, I think I would steal you. I'd come to UAE for you.
Thank you. Thank you for the call.
All right, thanks a lot for that. I think let's have Sadiq and then Adejoju. Sadiq, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks very much. And Jamike, thank you for your presentation. See, I'll try not to sugarcoat things and just be as honest as possible, just so that, because we're all here to learn. Your technical abilities, no question about it. You have an idea of what you want to do. And obviously, from the way you explained, I could see that you really wanted to take us through the journey of how you picked up your problem, how you were able to eliminate, things that are not relevant, and then how you kind of try to focus on what matters. But honestly, your presentation didn't do justice to the lot of work that you have put in on the technical side. I will be very honest with you. You got me confused a lot of times, not only with the way you presented your findings, but also the way you actually move around. Like you're jumping from presentation slide to code, and then even on the code, you're jumping up and down. You're going up. You counting points on a graph. I'm confused. Like every time I try to reconnect and then maybe hopefully get your points, and then I see that you're on the technical part, and then the next thing you're already back on the slides. I really couldn't have like a 60 seconds connection with you, and it's a bad feeling if you lose your audience. How much more to lose the judges? This is a hackathon. This is a present. There's a reason why in most hackathons you actually have like people in like groups, 5 people in a group, where everybody try to identify their core abilities and then put that in front, just so that they collaborate on things. But this is an individual hackathon. I don't know if you've been able to see this picture, and it's a very well shared picture of who a data scientist is. I'm sure you must have seen that picture. There's understanding mathematics, statistics, data science, Python, SQL. But much more important on those slides are domain expertise. You have to understand what the problems are, and then communication, presentation, storytelling, be able to use visualization. There's a reason why there's a need to use compelling visualizations. It's for things like this, to be able to communicate with. So there's a reason why people say, explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old. You did not explain to me like I'm a 5-year. You lost me. And this is me. I mean, I've worked with Python. In fact, when the first 60 seconds that I saw on your presentation, I was going to ask you, but again, I mean, we're not supposed to interrupt you. I was going to ask you,
meetings
did you
have become a
know
new
the
normal
use
for many
of
companies.
describe?
With all
Because
its benefits,
everything that
though,
you did in
prolonged
the first
screen time and
two
virtual
minutes,
communication
if
can
you had
lead to
actually
some
done
burnout.
like a
Here
describe
are a
code
few
in
guidelines
Python,
for
and then
avoiding what
just
some
give me
call
like,
Zoom
okay,
fatigue.
describe data set. This is missing.
Schedule
This
short
is
breaks
this.
during video
I'm fine
conferencing.
with that,
After
because
every
to
hour,
me,
take
you
5 minutes
summarized
to
your
rest your
findings,
eyes and
how
move your
bad
body,
or
stretch
how
and
good
take a
or
break.
how usable the level
Opt
of
for a
the
wireless
presentation
headset
is.
that's
It's kind of
comfortable
fine.
for long
Move
meetings.
on.
Consider type,
I
ear
get
pads,
used to
and wait
finding
before
communicate
finding
to
the
me
right pair.
what I need
Do
to
your
learn.
research.
I'm not going to point out a lot of the things that you did on the presentation side, because I'm sure if I sample all the judges, I bet you 100% everyone will communicate to you on your presentation. Don't get me wrong. You've done a lot of work on the technical side, and a lot of kudos to you on that. But we're not just here for that. So I'm sorry you didn't win me over. And I think, again, like you mentioned in the beginning, this is your first hackathon. It's a lesson for all of us. I spoke at an event yesterday. I'm still learning the ropes, because I have to kind of get in touch with my audience. I had to listen to people that spoke earlier, just so I could know how to communicate with my audience. You may not have that opportunity now, but again, this is also some of the things that you will learn. So please take this as a learning experience. Please don't lose your audience. It's not fair. And hopefully this will be a good learning experience. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that. For those nuggets, Sadiq. Let's go on to Adejoju. Adejoju, over to you.
Hi, Jamike. Thank you for a good presentation. I wanted to quickly check, have you been on the call? Have you listened to the other 3 presenters?
No,
were you on the call?
No, I was in the breakout room.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Because I wanted to say,
Welcome to a journey
I've been listening.
Orion
Maybe
Build
it would have picked
Systems,
one or
a
two
leader
things.
in the
So
manufacturing
I'm not
sector.
going to sort of like everything that Sadiq said was part of what I wanted to say. Sort of just rehash a few things, right? So you don't ever underestimate the importance of exploratory data analysis and then summarizing what you get from that. I think if you have started your thoughts, like you said, you mentioned when I was saying about describing Python, when you were doing, that was exactly what came to my mind, like you could have just done that. And you sounded like you knew how to use Python. So again, my point to you will be, the ultimate goal is to communicate to your audience, right? It almost sounded like it was a knowledge sharing session. So if I wanted to learn Python or how to use pandas or something, you will have been perfect, but it's an hackathon. So like Sadiq said, don't take it too hard. We're all learning, but I would say being a data scientist or a data analyst, the ultimate thing that you must know is you can't do all that gymnastic and then not communicate, being able to communicate to the stakeholders. Imagine that you work in Google and they give you this task. Just create that scenario in your mind. And you want to present to your manager, and then you start scrolling through, how that does not solve the problem. So I think it's important. Even my approach to this kind of data sets would be, even I had those, like some of those facts and different variables to look at. I might just pick one or two that I don't even need to touch on all the options. One or two that I can strongly sort of play around with. You mentioned something about what was done outside Africa and what was done in Africa. I would have danced around what was done in Africa around how they improved their education expenditure, to then correlate it with how it reduces unemployment for females and male. What was done in Africa. So comparing outside Africa with Africa will have been, one direction to go. If you stayed on one point and convinced us and justified how you did it, it will have been a better approach. We already know that you are superstars. That's why you are here. So next time, when you have an opportunity to speak to people, I think by all means, start with the end in mind. What do you want us to live with? If I ask you this question before, what was your plan? What did you want us to leave here with today? I'm not sure that that was achieved. I don't know if you had a goal in your mind. But to wrap up everything I'm saying is that you did fantastic. It was a short time. When you have a short time to do something and you have an opportunity to convince people, look for the best checkpoint and pack your punch on that, please, for going forward. But that's not to take away or diminish on the effort and the work that you have put in. Well done, and I wish you all the best. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much, Adejoji. All right. And well done, Jamike, for being a part of this edition of the hackathon. Okay, so for the judges, please, let's ensure we complete our rating. Nkumisa, I think Elijah is trying to reach out to you with regards to your rating sheet. So if you could just, sort that out with him. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Speaking on email.
Okay. All right. Great. Fantastic. Okay. And just to also mention, Jamike, we've had participants who joined the very first edition in 2021. They did not win. They didn't get to the top 10. They came back to participate several times. And I think two of them, if I remember correctly, eventually won, the cash prizes. So I would say that, this is also, it's a learning step for you. So go back, sit down, reflect and see areas in terms of your communication and how you present your findings eventually. Okay. So I would say that's a major learning point for so many of us. And of course, we don't want to give an unfair advantage to the presenters that would come later. And that's why we have them in the breakout room. If not, it means that whoever presents last would have the best presentation eventually. Okay, so thank you very much, guys. Okay, Sebastian wants to say something. Go ahead, Sebastian, and then we'll move on to the next presenter.
Mike, while I look at you, I just see myself 10 years ago. Please smile. You did a great job. All right. Just take the feedbacks that you were giving. I can bet you in the next 2 years, you will be above where I am at the moment, because I was there. I lost a contract of 7.5 billion for my company, and that was how I was sacked. Technically powerful, but came in that room and was just doing what you've just done now. So that was how I was just quiet and I was just nodding my head. Please take that feedback seriously. Most importantly, identify with 10Alytics mentorship section. They have that section. It will drive you. You have the technical skill. These days, okay, so a job advert went out to my company. You may want to check it and I'll send it to everybody on the chat. We are looking for a data analyst at the moment. Now now the way it's going, it's shifting away from analysts. We're now looking at insights. So job categories are moving away is moving away from analysts to insights. And that insight, if you don't know how to tell that storytelling, how will you convince us of the insight? Please just cheer up. You are very good, technically sound, but you need that mentoring. And please, after this call, just go and join 10Alytics mentorship section as a mentee. I believe you are going to go far in less than 6 months. And likewise, Dami and the rest that have come. So just cheer up, beat yourself and tell yourself, man, I'm a superstar for you to be here. Just like Coach Judges have said. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Sebastian. Absolutely fantastic. And of course, to others who have been on the call, it's communication is absolutely important. You know, telling a story, selling your story to your stakeholders, selling your story to your audience. You want them to leave that stage knowing that Jamike came to speak and these were his key points. That's absolutely, important to have those takeaways eventually. All right. So Jamike, well done one more time. Thanks for coming. Would love to see you in subsequent hackathons. Definitely. Okay. So sit back, relax, enjoy the rest of the presentations. All right. Okay, well done, Jamike, all the way from the UAE. Absolutely phenomenal. We've had somebody from Rwanda. We've had people join from Nigeria. And we have Kwame, who'll be joining us from Ghana as well. So Kwame is the next presenter. So Kwame, if you're currently on the call, you can put on your video and I'll spotlight you for you to deliver your presentation. Okay. Elijah, I can't see Kwame yet, so you might want to get Kwame from the breakout room. Okay.
Well, it's in now. It's in.
Kwame is here. Okay. So Kwame, I'll add you to the spotlight and ask you to unmute yourself. How are you doing today, Kwame?
Yes, I'm feeling okay. Please, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. All right. Good to see you again, Kwame. And you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Okay. Present for 10 minutes. And at the end of your presentation, the judges would have 5 minutes to ask you questions. All right. So all the best, Kwame. And your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kwame Oche, and I'm presenting on unraveling the challenges of unemployment in Africa using a data-driven approach. This presentation will span an introduction, the framework, the approach to the analysis, the data set itself, the analysis itself, the summary of insights, the recommendations, some of the limitations, and then a conclusion. So for the introduction, the objective of the project, as may be inferred from the subject, is to leverage data to propose informed recommendations to help stakeholders effectively address unemployment in Africa. From the data, as we will see later on, Africa has been one of the top 2 continents with the highest median unemployment rates since 2010, and the opposite holds for Asia, Oceania, who have been bottom 2 over the same period. But before we go on, I want you to start thinking, is unemployment in Africa a problem of skills or a problem of opportunities? The two are used for this analysis as Python and then presented in PowerPoint. The framework guiding this work is the CRISP-DM framework. That is cross-industry standard process for data mining, which involves business understanding, that is understanding the case at hand, data understanding, that is understanding the data that we have to approach the case, and then preparing the data, modeling, evaluation, and deployment. But the last day I agreed out because I'm not using them for this. We are limiting ourselves to pure analysis. So understanding the case, understanding the data, doing a bit of cleaning, and then deriving insights and recommendations. So the approach I adopted involved the objective, as we stated earlier, cleaning the data, that's the data preparation, analyzing the data, and generating insights, and then making recommendations. So a quick overview of the data set. It has 6 documents covering unemployment rates by gender. We had the National Strategy for Youth Employment. We have share of spending on education and government expenditure. We had the percentage of population with access to electricity. We had total number of firms, that's private in the countries. And then we had the country codes. So the key columns used in the analysis were the country name, country code, the unemployment rates by gender, the population estimates, the youth employment strategy, the spending on education, the electricity access to the percentage of the population, their business density rates, and the data spanned 2006 to 2020. But for recency's sake, I limited the analysis to 2010 to 2020. That's the last 10 years of the data made available. So the initial observations for the key columns on Africa: unemployment rates for African countries range from 1% to about 31%, with the mean and median standing at about 10 and then 8.34 respectively. The percentage of the populations with access to electricity also range from about 10 to 100%, with the median standing at a good 60 and 54% respectively. With a standard deviation of about 21.82 means that there will be some significant variations in the observations here and there. The businesses per 1,000 people of working age also range from about 0.1 to about 175 businesses per 1,000 people of working age. The averages also stood up at about 21 and then 10 respectively, meaning that for every 1,000 there were about 21 or 10, depending on the country you were in. The business density rate, that is, the norm was about 0.1 per 1,000 to 28.13 per 1,000. So countries beyond this, the upper fence of 28.13 were regarded as outliers, and these countries were Botswana and Mauritius. Spending on education as a percentage of total government expenditure was ranged from 4.65% to about 33%, with the medians at 16.24 and 16.6%, so about 16%. A standard deviation of about 5.3 means that there will be some slight variations in there. We had some outliers in the education, which were Sierra Leone and then Zimbabwe, who exceeded 30% of spending their government expenditure on education. For the population also, we had an upper fence of about 58 million. So countries above this 58 million were seen as outliers. So to the analysis, we ask how do unemployment trend over time? I can't see that over my screen, so forgive me. So we look at it globally and then we limit to Africa, right? Because we did an overview from the global level then to African level, because as someone would say, poor man problem no be same as rich man problem. So from the plus on the left and the right, we see that Africa has been in the top 2 with the highest median unemployment rates from 2010 up to date, right? As opposed to Asia and Oceania, who have had historically the lowest over. But we see Europe, who were the highest about 2013, but have managed to come down to about 20, come down to third in about 2020. So in the long term, medium to long term, Africa may want to use Europe as our benchmark for solutions. In Africa, we see on the right side, we see that Rwanda, Madagascar, Uganda, Tanzania, and Ethiopia had the lowest rates of unemployment across the continent. So they may be our benchmarks for short to medium term solution development. For the highest unemployment rates, we had Lesotho, Gabon, Botswana, Congo, Tunisia, and having the highest rates. So we see a correlation matrix to see the relationships between the various variables. We see that most of the variables have weak correlation with unemployment rates, but for most of the most correlated were youth employment strategy, electricity access, and for Africa in particular, business density rates, population estimates, and then spending on education. So how do unemployment rates move with population with access to electricity? We see that generally increase in access to electricity also increases unemployment rates. That's what we will say. But when we visualize by color to break it down by country, we see that most of them trend down, but the significant ones that go up as electricity access increases are Nigeria, Botswana, Morocco, Congo, and then Congo. So we see for our benchmarks, what are they telling us, the people we are looking up to? So we see that as their electricity access increases, their unemployment rates decrease. So for now, we may say that African countries will want to boost their electricity access in the short term, short to medium term. Electricity on number of companies, you also see there's a positive relation. We see that some countries like Nigeria, Morocco, and Tunisia enjoy significant benefits with their steep lines. So countries may also want to look at boosting their electricity access to increase the number of companies. Our benchmarks also show the same thing, with number of companies increasing with electricity access. Unemployment rates with business density rates also has a positive relationship. This is true for Botswana, Nigeria, and Morocco. So we reject our hypothesis that since there's a positive relationship between them, for unemployment rate and business density rate, we see that as business density rates increases for key of them, unemployment rates decrease. Therefore, we may want countries to try to create a business environment for their companies to increase their business density rate. So for education, we see that as education spending increases, unemployment rates decrease. For our benchmarks, the same thing holds. So we may want to increase our spending on education as a percentage of government expenditure to increase, to decrease their unemployment rates. How does strategy influence this? We see that countries with one strategy, one level, that's just adoption, who are now developing have the lowest level of unemployment. We see that those who have adopted and have left it, they're not operationalized, have the highest levels of unemployment. And then we have those who have operationalized it, spanning relatively lower as compared to those who have just adopted, meaning that being in the middle point is the worst place to be. But how many countries have adopted it? From the data we have, we see that just 11 countries in our data, 4 have operationalized it, 3 have just adopted it, and 4 are now developing theirs. So given the influence we have seen here, African countries may want to develop, immediately develop, and then operationalize without spending much time in the adoption stage. So key insights is that the key variables are access to electricity, business density rates, national youth employment strategy, and then the spending on education. Our benchmarks we use were Rwanda, Madagascar, Uganda, Tanzania, and Ethiopia, who had the least rates of unemployment. We also see that countries who are now developing youth employment strategies and those who have operationalized have the lowest rates of unemployment. So our recommendations, in the short term, we want to analyze more data to understand what's really going on. And then we will come up with a strategy, because we can't just go and spend on access to electricity or access to education, right? AU and the countries have to come up with a strategy, commit to it like Europe did, and then we operationalize these strategies and come up with smart goals to help us achieve these goals. Implementation should be monitored to ensure continuous improvement. Then countries should ensure to try to increase within the strategy electricity access beyond the 35%, increase education holistically, and then try to stimulate, increase investments in education holistically, and try to stimulate investment in, stimulate business growth in the country. Limitations, we had some missing data, lack of data, and then the next steps is more analysis, conclusion. Unemployment rates as a result of several factors, but plot a strategy and then invest within the strategy. And thank you.
Fantastic, Kwame. Well done for that. I'm sure you were timing yourself as well, because immediately it got to 10 minutes. You said thank you. So wonderful. You kept to time, so that's brilliant. Okay, so I'll leave you for the judges to ask their questions and also give their comments. Okay, so who would like to go first? Okay, so go ahead, please, Misa, and then we'll take others afterwards.
Kwame, no question. Well done. Well done. I seriously, I cannot think of a question that you haven't answered in your presentation. Well done on really, I think a great presentation and layout. I think in the beginning, I just made a comment in the previous presentation, and I said, you know, before you talk to us, tell us what you're going to tell us, because then that prepares the mind of your audience to know exactly why you're here. And after you tell us what you're going to tell us what you told us and conclude what you told us. And you followed that so well, so much that it's going to be easy for us to remember what you said when we leave here. And I think in the use of the data, well done in not looking at the data from a surface level, but rather really, really diving into it and lifting the technicality of it and saying, you know what, from this data compared to this one, this is what I'm finding at an initial glance. But if I go further, I'm disqualifying some of the hypotheses. A lot of mistakes that we do as data professionals is to tell a story and everyone believes us because we're smart, we're data people. But the danger behind it is that if we don't take the responsibility to dive into the insights and question the data, there's a quote that says that torture the data and it will confess. And I really think that you tortured this data and it confessed. And after it confessed, you made it confess even more. So really well done on that. I was really impressed.
Thank you very much for that. Let's take Adejoju and then Sebastian. Adejoju, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well done, Kwame. I'm not sure that I don't have any questions. I just have comments, or a tiny question. Do you do hackathons for a living? This is like your 15th hackathon or something? Am I correct? Hi, Kwame, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. This is just my second hackathon. I think my first was with 10Alytics last year.
Oh, right. So this is your second time. Wow.
Yes.
So, wow, fantastic. So, everything that my fellow judge just mentioned, I completely agree with, to be honest. I wanted to highlight a few things that you did that I liked. I like that you found the benchmark. And like she said, you didn't look at the data on the surface and spend all your energy on data quality and showing me all of that. I think the energy that exploratory data analysis requires, you gave it, and that shaped how you approached your the problem. And I really, really like that. So well done. I would like to share a tiny comment on the visualizations that you chose. I think you used is it box plot for most of the things, right?
Yes.
In one or two places, I felt you could have leveraged another kind of visualization. So sometimes when I'm doing work, I Google some kind of data set or some kind of data structures. Do well with certain kinds of visualizations. It passes the message better. I think that's the only comment I have. But overall, I thought your delivery was straight on. You were right on time. You respected your audience, and we got the sense of what you were trying to say. So kudos to you. Well done. And I wish you all the best.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that, Adejoju. Sebastian, please go ahead.
Hi, Kwame. Good to see you again. And well, I mean, you actually did amazing. So for those in the comment sections saying, when will I get to this? When will I get to that? To be honest,
in this
Kwame's
video,
presentation now is far better than the one he did the last time. At least I was one of the judges here in that regard.
Open a new tab
So you could
in
see how
Google Chrome
consistency and at the
click on
same
the
time,
pencil icon.
learning improves one. All right. So yeah. So Kwame, I just want to ask you a question. I mean, I'll make a comment, then I'll ask a question. I mean, just for the sake of us to evaluate you appropriately. Please, can you go to the first slide? Where you talked about exploratory analysis of the data sets. Yeah, here. This is actually amazing, but to be honest, someone can actually get dizzy looking at this. Is there a way you can pictorially or graphically or visualize these insights that you have here? Then put the figures. I love the way you made it quantitative, but if we can have it in pictorial so that it can create, make someone to easily understand it. Or you could as well because sometimes when we are going on to unemployment rates, when you are talking about business per 1,000.3, I was already on 0.2. So, but if you create in such a way that
this is an example of my voice. Please.
So once you are saying that particular one, I'll be picking it up and flowing with it. But overall, the insight you have here correlates with what I discovered. But the only discrepancy is just to learn from you. Can you take me to when you were showing a regression analysis as regards to not here. Yes, take me back again. Okay. I think my fellow co-judge actually said this, but when I look at the slide on the right, I'm trying to understand which of them are kind of positive. So you may want to look at another form of analysis, which you may want to look at clustering if you have used clustering, because at some point I tried to do this and I discovered that I understand what I'm trying to do, but the person you are telling the story because I'm seeing a lot of positive, negative, and all of that in your regression. So, but if you do a kind of a clustering, it gives that insight that, I mean, it helps the understanding
This
to,
is an
to be
example of my voice.
more,
This is an
more
example of
clear.
my
But the
voice.
question I
Please
have on
This is an
is,
example of my voice. This is an
this is
example of my
unemployment
voice. Please
rate,
choose me.
and you
This
then
is an
looked at
example
it
for my voice.
per
Please choose
assessed
me.
percent. So
This is an example of my voice.
where
Please
did you
choose me.
apply the benchmark based on the 0.2, based on the
This is an
0.1 that you
example of my
gave
voice. Please choose me.
on the correlation being R2 of 0.13 to leave the room? So where did you apply the benchmark to arrive at that?
This is an example of my voice. Please choose me.
You're on mute, Kwame.
Okay, I couldn't unmute myself. So the 0.1 is from the plots on the left side. So it takes from the correlation, original correlation of 0.386, and the line, the R squared of the line is 0.13. The benchmark I used was for the top 5 here, who showed general decreases in unemployment rate with increases in the percentage of the population who have access to electricity.
Sorry, let me see that 0.5. Can you take me back? Okay. So
the correlation was here. I don't know if my mouse is visible, but
yeah, I'm seeing your mouse.
0.366 for education, unemployment and population with access to electricity. So yeah, 0.37.
Towards the end, I might need to do some little manipulation on the
0.1
result sheets. There is a particular judge that is currently not filling. So she said her organization has blocked her from, filling the sheets or something like that. So she's going to now send everything when she's done, when we are done with all the presentations. So at that point, I might just need you to jump in while I'm computing, copying and pasting and just computing our own part of the rating.
And the other two almost flat as well, with unemployment rates versus increases in the population percentage with access to electricity.
All right, perfect. I love that. So if Jachimike is on this call, I wanted to ask a question, but when I saw he was kind of low, I decided to encourage him. So Jachimike, what you did correlates with what he did, but when he found that correlation, you need to understand that sometimes outlier in a data set doesn't mean it's an outlier. So outlier is when a point is far away from other points. So his explanation kind of, what I'm trying to say to you, Jachimike, is at that point when you discover that outlier from that electricity point of view, instead of you taking it off, you would have as well use a heat map in order to visualize it rather than taking it out. And that is why at the lower end of your recommendation, where you are supposed to justify it, that insight is not there, or I didn't get it from there. So in summary, when you see it's good to check for an outlier, but most times when you have an outlier in a data set, just know that it's not an outlier in real sense until you've proven that it's actually an outlier. That it's just far away from that other point doesn't make it an outlier. And also it depends on the context of the data that you are working with. And in this case, you have a ratio, and as long as the data preparation is okay, then you will as well justify it and move on. Thank you so much, Kwame, for answering that question.
Right. Thank you for your feedback. I really appreciate it.
I know we may be out of time. Can I squeeze in just as a follow-up to what Sebastian has just said? Kwame, why did you choose to use per 1,000 people in your insights that you shared with us? What was your thinking behind using per 1,000 people to present that number?
That's a business density rate. It came with a data set, so I only worked with the data that was provided. The explanation of the business density rate was the number of companies per 1,000 people.
Okay, interesting, because using per 1,000 with any population thing that you are using is a good equalizer, because if you're comparing what happens within 1,000 people and you're comparing that to what happens with 50 people, you may get an incorrect comparison in terms of how those people are performing, right? So using that per 1,000 lives was a good equalizer. I was just thinking, how did you think about it? Because I haven't seen it come up a lot in previous presentations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, thanks for that. Let's have Sadiq, and then we bring in the next presenter. Sadiq, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can.
Okay. Excellent presentation, Kwame. I mean, this you just took me through a journey of totally understand. When I saw the 9 items you had from the very beginning, I just divided in my head that you've got to spend like 1 minute at least, well, at most, on each of these items, and you did justice to that. And of course, you already shared that you were checking your time, so that was good. Two kudos here. One is for you, and the other one is for 10Alytics, because we can't underestimate what you guys are doing right now, especially with making people ready, getting people ready for this kind. I mean, I can't believe that this is Kwame's second presentation. That means after the first one, he actually was able to learn the ropes, learn from mistakes. Probably didn't win. I'm not sure how it went, but this is really going to be an opportunity for you to really contend, and I think you did justice to that. The one question I want to ask is that you started using data from 2010. Why was that? I was going to ask, why did you exclude the other data? Because in your recommendation, you mentioned what we need to do, what could be done more, and you mentioned, yeah, we need more data, but you had a lot of data that you excluded. Can you kind of explain and justify the reason for exclusion of the data?
Yeah, to start with, if we were to go back, other things being equal, we'll see that times before 2010 have been significantly different from times after 2010. So assuming this is even 2020, having data over the last 10 years will be more relevant to the current times and then going forward, so that at least the solutions preferred will apply will be more effective, as opposed to going way back when times would have, going back to the Stone Age when solutions will not really apply to what we have now, given changes in technology and other factors. Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Sadiq. And thank you for being a part of this edition again, Kwame. Good to have you back, and fantastic presentation. All right, so you can sit back, relax, enjoy the remaining presentation. I think we've gone past the half of the presenters. Okay, we have just about 4 presentations, if I'm correct, to go. And the next presenter would be Michael. So for the judges, we'll just take 1 minute, okay? Take our time, feel your ratings, so you don't have them pile up, and then you start to think, oh, who did well, who didn't do well, eventually. Okay, I'm learning a lot myself just by listening to the presentations and the feedback from the judges. And I'm sure for those of you listening in, those of you in the comment section, I'm sure you're learning a lot, because I can see the questions, I can see your reactions as well. Absolutely, absolutely phenomenal. All right, we have Michael. Michael is ready to go. Michael, how are you doing today? I can see you. Let me see. Yes, Michael, you can unmute yourself now.
Yes, sorry about that. Hello, everybody. Hello, Adiza. Hello, Ifemena. Hello, judges. I'm happy to be here, and this is my first hackathon. First time being a data scientist. First time everything. So I'm glad to be here. So moving on straight away, I am working with.
Sorry, Michael. Before you go on, I can see you're supercharged to give us the amazing insights you've been able to uncover. Okay, but just before you start, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Okay, and when you are done, the judges would have an additional 5 minutes to ask you questions and also give you their feedback and comments, as the case might be. All right, so all the best, Michael, and your time starts now.
Thank you. So moving along, working with the data sets deals basically with the unemployment rates in Africa. And as you can all see here, this shows us the total African countries. The average government expenditure on education is about 16%. The average population with electricity access is 41%. It's quite below average. Population with electricity access below 50%, 23. and population beneficiary above 50%, which is 77. Now, what I want us to focus here is on the sub-Saharan region of Africa, because that is where it's really suffering in Africa. Not to say that the North African region is not suffering, but if we have to start any form of sustainable development goals, we should start from sub-Saharan Africa, because you can see here, you would see that population with access to electricity is 36%, the average population, which is quite low. And then we can also see that population with electricity above 50% is 71% compared to the North American region, which you can see here is 90%. So people living with electricity in the North American region is above 90%, while the average population is 80%. Meanwhile, in the sub-Saharan region, you can see that for electricity, it's way below 50%. Now, moving on to electricity, we can also see another major cause for unemployment rate in Africa is gender disparity. You know, looking at this dashboard here, we can see that for the total African countries, 58% females are unemployed and 41% males are employed. Now, we can see that this is a great disparity, well, not so great, but as you can see that more men are in the workforce than women, basically. And if we look again at the North African region, you will see that the gender disparity is majorly in Sudan, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria. These are the regions that show high disparity levels. You can see Sudan has about 12 to 29%, Libya has about 16 to 25%, and it goes all the way. Now, coming to the sub-Saharan region, we can see that the gender disparity is close compared to the North African region. And we can see that for countries low population, they seem to be closer in the gender disparity for unemployment rates compared to countries with a higher population. So moving along, another thing again we can see here is the access to sorry, let me get up my notes. It's my first time doing this. So the access to electricity, access to the average government education also plays a key role here. We can see that move over to the recommendation dashboard. We can see that for countries with high population, we can see that the unemployment, let's say for Nigeria, for instance, you can see that the average government expenditure on education is 16%. Hold on, my network is a bit lagging this time for some reason. Let me just click over here. Yeah, we can see that Nigeria having the highest population of 184 million here, the average government expenditure is 7%, which is quite low compared to a population like say Seychelles, who has the lowest population of less than 1 million. You can see that the average government expenditure is quite high. So government needs to do more, you know, to increase expenditure on education. They need to invest more on education, basically. Now let's come over to countries with electricity access. You can see over here that countries with electricity access such as Mauritius, Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, Seychelles also show high rates of unemployment. But when compared to their population, you can see that unemployment rate varies when it comes to population density. So, for instance, take Nigeria. Take Nigeria, who has the highest population density. You can see that the unemployment rate is quite low. So let me double that. You can see for a country that has 183 million population, having an unemployment rate of 3.5 and 5.5 is quite low. And so you can see that unemployment rate greatly impacts the population, greatly impacts the unemployment rate. And for countries who have lower population, we can see, for instance, a country like Djibouti having an unemployment rate of 22 and 36 is quite okay compared to the population density. It's quite high, sorry, compared to the population density. Unlike Equatorial Guinea, who has 7.7 and 9.89. So from these findings, basically, we can see that gender disparity, access to electricity, and population plays a major role in unemployment rates in Africa. And if we have to start solving this problem, we have to drill down to sub-Saharan Africa. Again, like I said, not neglecting North Africa, but because North Africa, which includes countries like Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, if you can see, they even have, they're living above, electricity above 50%. You can see this 99, 90, 97. So these countries basically, at least they've solved the electricity problem. They should probably focus more on average expenditure on education and gender disparity. So for the North African region, they need to focus more on gender disparity. They need to ensure that they employ females more, or at least an equal number of females to male ratio, and also ensure that they improve on their average government expenditure on education. While for the sub-Saharan region, they first of all have to work on the electricity. They have to ensure that they boost electricity rates, and also they have to ensure that they work on the average government expenditure, especially for sub-Saharan region. We can see that the electricity rate, the average population, the average electricity rate for sub-Saharan region is 36, is below average. So electricity really needs to be lived upon. Then after that, we move on to the expenditure, and then lastly, gender disparity, because you can see that gender disparity is quite closer in the sub-Saharan region, except for countries like Djibouti, Gabon, South Africa, and Lesotho and the like. So basically, from this dashboard analytics, we can draw to these final recommendations and conclusion that electricity access rates should be developed and improved upon. Education and skill development as well should be improved and developed upon by, of course, affecting the average government expenditure on education. Also, youth empowerment programs should be looked into, like what 10Alytics is doing right now. You know, empowering youth with tech skills all over Africa is one way to beef up unemployment rates. Then, of course, regional development initiatives, like I said, sub-Saharan Africa is where we should actually start from when we're looking into solving these problems. And also, gender inclusive policies should come into play, because you can see that there's a great gender disparity when it comes to unemployment rates, favoring males and females. Maybe this is due to females getting married and having to cater for family and children more here in Africa. That's probably why the females are segmented. But however, they need to create a work-life balance for females in order to include them in the workforce. And lastly, there has to be continuous monitoring and evaluation in order for these solutions to be effective. Thank you.
Well done, Michael. You still had 38 seconds to complete your presentation. So you were right, within the time limits. Fantastic presentation, Michael. So I'll leave you to the judges, starting with Sadiq, and we'll have other judges ask you questions and make comments. All right, Sadiq, please go ahead.
Great presentation, great visuals. I think you did very well to present a number of things visually, and I like the fact that, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, and I like the fact that your visuals are interactive. So when you say, I'm following you, you probably said it like 100 times or maybe 1,000,000 times if I'm counting. You can see that, and I'm seeing them because each time you click on something, it changes the visual and you're able to explain it. So great work on those ends. However, one thing I would want to point out is, see, like every other person that I've kind of presented, one thing that everybody has in common is laying down the groundwork of what the problems are. So we're able to see from your visuals 69%, 23%, employment rate, 20%. You know, we're able to see all that, and they're just disjointed. What we are trying to see, what we would love to see, is bringing them together to tell a story. You've told a story, no doubt. You've been able to communicate to us, and we actually, I love the way you presented. Your graphics were also very good in showing us, because just beyond the
Employees
numbers.
should not
So
take
I think
risks when
this
it
is where
comes
I
to
guess
security in
my
the
issue
workplace.
is,
Make sure to
or
always
well,
adhere
the
to
point
protocols
of
and guidelines set by the
improvement,
company
not an issue.
and be
You've
aware of
done
any
excellently
potential
well.
risks.
Actually, the graphics are great. The way you explain and walk us through the journey is great. But in trying to give a recommendation, I think you probably need to work on, especially on this page, how does access to electricity impact unemployment rates? I cannot understand and keep in my memory numbers. I have to see in a superimposed graph. So you have access to electricity, yes. You have unemployment rate, yes. If you have a graphics that superimposes the two of them together, and while you're moving, and you've got great visuals that can actually do that for you, while you're moving over from one country to the other, I can really see. So it drives home your point that you can see. Of course, I can see with the numbers that you're mentioning, and I totally appreciate it. But I think I would have benefited more from like a superimposed kind of line graph kind of coming together, and then I'll know for sure that yes, when access to electricity dipped, then unemployment rates also dipped. When electricity impact was going up, its access to what's called unemployment was also going up. So that way, it lets me understand very well. But of course, I know you have very little time to put this all together, and the fact that you're actually able to do this in a very short space of time is really great. The other thing I want to mention, I think at the very start of your conversation of your presentation, you're mentioning, and I'm not sure if I'm the only one that noticed this, and maybe I heard you wrong. You mentioned Northern America, and I wasn't sure if I heard America or Northern Africa, but again, I think you kind of referenced Africa at a later time. So kudos to you. Well done on the presentation. And those are just the points that I noticed that you probably should improve on. Great work, all around.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sadiq.
All right. Thanks, Sadiq. We'll take Nkumisa and then Esther. So go ahead, please.
Well done on a good presentation.
Employees should not take risks when it comes to security in the workplace. Make sure to always adhere to protocols and guidelines set by the company and be aware of any potential risks.
Well done on putting together a dashboard in a day. I don't know how many times I preach this to my analysts that anyone can put a dashboard in a day. Put it there and see how it comes out and iterate. This thing of planning for long and then never getting to the dashboard, you truly demonstrated that principle that a dashboard can be done in a day. So well done. And I think also another thing that as analysts we do not do a lot is to squeeze in the insights in the dashboard. We always see a dashboard as that place for the graphs, and then the insights must come elsewhere and everything. Whereas with stakeholders, you want to make sure they find everything in one place, right? Because if you with Power BI, the beautiful thing is that people can access it on a mobile. A CEO can wake up, open their mobile and see exactly what's happening, what's the problem, how to solve the problem on their dashboard. And that is a very, very powerful thing to put in the hands of key decision makers in a business. So well done for demonstrating that kind of thinking already. It will take you very far in the organizations that you find yourself in. And I think for someone that's doing this hackathon for the first time, you really punched above your weight. I do believe
Employees should not take risks when it comes to security in the workplace. Make sure to always adhere to protocols and guidelines set by the company and be aware of any potential risks. Secure all confidential information, including client data, passwords, and access codes. Refrain from using unsecured networks when connecting your work device to the internet. Only share relevant information with trusted colleagues or supervisors, and report any suspicious behavior or activities immediately to your supervisor or human resources department.
I try to share these books, how to choose the right graph to tell the right story. So some of the numbers, especially when you are comparing one thing to another, it's nice when it's dynamic and you select on something and it shows you that one. But when you select and see the other, you forgot what the other number was. So sometimes it's good to use graphs that will be able to tell the story from a correlation perspective, especially in a case where we are comparing multiple populations and multiple regions. But I think overall, well done. You really punched above your weight for someone who's a first-time hackathon participant.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate it.
All right, Esther, you can go ahead, please.
Yes, I agree with what Melissa said around the presentation. I think it was amazing. I think the information and the insights that came out of it was superb. My recommendation would be around the visualization of the information. So there's so much that you've provided in terms of insight. However, if I was
Sorry, hello.
Yeah, I think Esther is having some network challenges. Okay. Sebastian, you can go on, and then when Esther gets back, would have her.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you.
I mean, managing your time well is a good skill set to have. So well done. I love the dashboard. Please, but I'm not going to repeat what my fellow co-judges have said. Please take it to heart. I believe this is being recorded, so I can take feedbacks from your colleagues that have actually been giving feedback, presented, and we were giving feedback. So, but what I want to say is, I mean, and the reason why I'm saying this is not, the reason why I want to say what I'm about to say is not because you didn't do well, but when you have a data set, the insights is as good as the analysis that you are going to present, because your stakeholders are going to use this for key decision making. And when you give wrong insights, they will run with it, right? Now, and again, you have to be mindful of some of the words you used. My fellow co-judge Sadiq mentioned it, but another one I want to point out is when you say we need to focus on sub-Saharan Africa, because I mean, I remember what you said there, but to me, I found that statement like discriminatory, in the sense that I would have expected to hear, I mean, from Africa, the only two regions given there are North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, right? So even if you want to specify on Sub-Saharan Africa, what you mentioned there, I can't remember what exactly you said, but it's more like we need to focus on this because they are the main people. I mean, that's just the whole idea I gathered from it. Do you understand? Oh, because the North Africans, they have more electricity or they have more something. They're 19. No. That statement, depending on who is sitting in the room listening to it, it may not sit well with the person. So the fact remains that in the data set which I worked on, the two African sub-regions given there are North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. And the reason why you are focusing on Sub-Saharan Africa is because they have high unemployment rate, and the task stated here is to investigate how we can solve the problem of unemployment rate. I think that would have done it better. Now,
employees should not take risks when it comes to security in the workplace. Make sure to always adhere to protocols and guidelines set by the company, and be aware of any potential risks. Secure all confidential information, including client data, passwords, and access.
There is no spike. Of course, there will be spike, more especially during 2019 to 2020. So what are the date range or year range that you are giving to us? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So if you give me a range in between, it will make a whole lot of sense to me. So as to, all right, so let me actually be seeing the insight that you are telling me, and I'm also flowing with your train of thought on that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian.
All right, thank you very much, Sebastian. So Esther, if you can take maybe the next 1 minute to wrap up your thoughts.
Yeah, apologies for that. I think it was with my network. Obviously, given that it's a virtual meeting, these things happen. I just wanted to add on to what everybody has said around, this is a great presentation, but I do feel that in terms of the messaging, the narrative, and the outcome that is trying to be portrayed, it can be a little bit everywhere. I think it's important that we try and focus on what exactly in terms of the messaging and the what exactly they want us to see, because there's so much, there's so many numbers. I mean, if you look at the presentation, it's great. There's so many
Employees
insights that you can see.
only share
But
relevant
if I was to
information
walk
with
away,
trusted colleagues
what
or
do I need to
supervisors.
know? What is the thing that I want to walk away knowing from this presentation? What's the one thing that I should know when I walk out of here? What's that one thing that I should be able to say, right, this is the insight that I got, and it was important and it was insightful. Everything is important, but there has to be that one message that I need to be able to walk away with, because there's so much insight and there's so much information that has been presented today. That's just one recommendation that I have. I mean, also from a value contribution in terms of the questions and the idea of what we were trying to achieve today. How does this relate to what we were trying to portray? How is it? How are you portraying? How are you giving us the output and the recommendation and the answers to what we were trying to get out? I mean, there's so much going on, and it's important. I agree, and it's great. But how is it related to what you were trying to achieve? And I think that's really around what data and analytics are about, is because there's so much data, there's so much insight you can get out of information. But how do you make sure that you focus on the right thing, and you focus on the thing that will create value and create the right contribution, either to a business, whether it's society, whether it's to a person, doesn't matter. But it's important that you zone in to what is important. Yeah, that's all I can add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Esther. So I think we have 3 more presentations to go. And I mean, the more presentations we have, the more insights, the more fantastic the session gets. Well done, Michael. And thank you for taking our time to be with us today and being a part of the Data Analytics Hackathon, right? So judges, once more. Okay, so sit back, relax, Michael, enjoy the rest of the presentations, okay? Judges, please fill the sheets, fill your forms, rate all the presenters that have submitted their presentation so far, okay? Now let's go to the next candidate for today, and that'll be Olabode. So after Olabode, we have Opeyemi and then Vivian, all right? Olabode, if you're on the call, you can put on your video. Let's see you and spotlight you. All right. Olabode Esho. I've asked you to unmute yourself, so you can go ahead and unmute yourself, Olabode.
Okay, hello everyone. Hi. Glad to be here.
Hi, Olabode. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm okay. How are you doing as well?
All right, great, fantastic. I'm doing all right. So, Olabode, you have, I can't see you anymore.
Yeah, how about you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Olabode, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. All right.
Okay.
The judges would have 5 minutes to ask you questions when you're done with your presentation. Okay. So all the best, Olabode. Go ahead and share your screen. I think your screen is still coming up. Okay. You're up now. Okay. All the best, Olabode. And your time starts.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good day, every single person. Just for like a brief introduction, we are talking about unemployment in Africa. This issue of unemployment, it is just more than a number. It is more than a number. It is like a story. It is a story. It is a it's a narrative of people
of untapped potentials that have gone over the years. So today we are going to just try and understand the relationship between why this is a problem, and then also try to propose solutions to these challenges as well. So after everything, so we jump straight into our data tables to just try to understand what we are working with today. Hold on, I'm trying to scroll, but it is not scrolling. Sorry. Okay. So the first table we actually took a look at was our unemployment table. We wanted to identify the trend of unemployment by gender across the years. So we did a little bit of line chart over here, which you can see. This is like an interesting chart. You could see both of them are they are similar, but I want to point your attention to a brief information over here. You could see at this point, this is like 2020. There was a huge spike of unemployment rate. And I think this could be attributed to the global pandemic of COVID, which occurred at 2020. And also, there's a very important information over here. You could see after post 2020, you could see the curve for the male unemployment rate started going down, but the females just kept going up. This is to tell you that after the COVID pandemic, the males were able to return to their jobs, but the females could not, due to a reason or the other. Also, we also tried to examine how this unemployment rate varies across gender by different countries. So what we did was that we did the top 10 countries that has the highest number of unemployment, just to look at what is going on over there. So we did a very beautiful bar chart over here. You could see we have the top 3 countries that have unemployment rates. We have Djibouti, Lesotho, and South Africa. And as you could speculate, most of them are filled with females. Like the large percentage of them are females which are currently unemployed. Also, we moved to the national strategy for youth employment. Yeah, we just try to just see like an overview of like how many countries are currently adopting this strategy, how many countries are not adopting, and so on and so forth. As you can see over here, most of the countries, 57, they are fully operationalized the strategy of the youth employment strategy, and we have some that are currently adopting it, we have some that are developing it, and we have 4 that have not started developing or operationalizing it at all. So next, move to the share of
in a world where technology drives business success, staying ahead means understanding and leveraging your data.
As part of their budget. So
welcome to the next big leap in product analytics.
Table of that. So we did a very beautiful bar chart over here as well. You can see we are able to identify some top countries that the government are actively investing in their education. We have Marshall Islands, we have Tunisia, and we have Turkmenistan. But also, we also try to examine in this investment in education, does it actually correlate with unemployment? Like as they're investing in the education, are they trying to reduce unemployment at the same time? So when we did a very good correlation between that, we found that the numbers were actually very, 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 very low. You could see we have 0.01 and we have negative, which means there is no correlation between investing in education and unemployment rate, which means as the government is investing in education, it is not making a meaningful impact to the unemployment figures that they currently have. Also, we examined the access to electricity. We did a very line chart over here to see how the trend of access to electricity has gone over the years, and you can see this is very good news. From 2000 upward, we've been experiencing an upward trend, and I'm sure in the next 5 or 10 years, we are going to be experiencing a very bigger trend, which means most countries are going to have access to electricity in Nigeria. And also, we try to examine, is there a correlation between this access to electricity to unemployment and unemployment rate? Also, we found that the numbers were actually quite low. We have 0.1 and we have 0.1, which means it is neither yes or no. Like there was not enough evidence to suggest that this is affecting, this access to electricity is contributing or not contributing to employment rate. But also, so we've known a lot of things so far now, but also we need to identify what is causing this unemployment rate. So we stated a few questions. Question number 1, which is how does the existence of a national strategy for youth employment affect the unemployment rates for young people in the country? So what we did was that we modeled the relationship between unemployment and the national strategy. So we did a logistic regression to model that relationship, and also we got coefficients of that. So from the coefficients, we're able to translate this to the coefficients. We're able to translate that these unemployment figures we're having, they are associated with countries that do not have a national strategy in place for their youth, which is one of the problems that we've identified just now. Also, we move to the second question, like we have government investing in their education. How is this affecting the unemployment rate? We did this, we modeled the relationship between government expenditure on education, which is an investment, and then the total unemployment rate that we have. We found that the numbers were actually also very, very low, 0.007, which is close to zero. This means that there's no significant, clear relationship between government investing and then the unemployment rate. And this is the problem, because they are doing the right thing. At the same time, it does not give them the results that they want. And also, we move to the next question, which is that we have new businesses that are being registered every day. And okay, how does this affect the unemployment figures that we currently have? So the same thing we did again. We compared the business density rates and the total unemployment number that we have. And also the coefficient that we have is a very, very low number as well, 0.009, which means even though we are having new businesses every time, it is not also contributing to the unemployment figures that we currently have, which is a very big problem as well. So here we also identify just the highest countries that have the highest business density, and the ones that have the lowest business density, we have them over here. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was that, if you remember in the beginning, we talked about after the COVID pandemic, the males were able to return to their work, but the females, they could not. So there was like a gender disparity between these unemployment figures across different countries. So I tried to examine that relationship. So I plotted a chart over here. Now, from this zero origin, every figures above it are the females that are not going to work, which is the unemployed females, and the ones that are below it, they are the unemployed males. And you could see, it's very clear that females are having it the most. They are not getting these jobs. They are having it hard. You could see most of the countries, large percentage of them are just females that are currently unemployed. So far, we've identified a few number of reasons. Number one is gender disparity. There's a big difference in unemployment rate between genders. That's the first problem we're able to identify. Second one is education employment misalignment. Even though the government are investing in education, it is not causing the unemployment figures we have to go down. There's something that needs to be done. It needs to be strategically aligned with what they actually want. Also, the entrepreneurship impact. Businesses are being created every day, but also it was not enough to lower the unemployment figures that we have. Also, the youth employment strategy gap. From what we're able to find out, countries that don't have a youth strategy for their youth, they are the ones that are having it the most in terms of unemployment. And with these problems that we're able to identify, this is what I think we should do about it. For the issue of gender disparity, let us create a gender inclusive policies, because I discovered that these females, for example, after giving birth, they find it difficult to return back to their job. Meanwhile, the males, they could just easily return to their work after every little thing. So let us bring in more policy that will protect our females so that they can get back to work easily, such as childcare support and flexible working arrangements. If you are pregnant, give you the chance to work from your house. And also, if you are giving birth as well, they give you a paid leave, and after your paid leave, just come back to work and resume your work as well. And also, the educational job market alignment to solve the problem of educational investment. Let us invest in skills that could actually contribute to the development of the country. I'm talking about vocational skills. Let us teach people how to do hand skills, vocational skills, and also use that to contribute to the development of the country and the economy as well. And also for entrepreneurs, let us give them a better access to finance, mentorship programs, and also a regulatory environment that could favor their businesses, so that they could also themselves be able to assist or become job creators as well, so as to assist other youth as well. And also, lastly, for diversification of economic countries, they need to move their source of income from one place to many other places. Let us create many sources for ourselves so that we won't be depending on exports, import, and so on and so forth, so that everything that we need to use in the country, we are producing it ourselves. By doing that, we are causing more youth to have something to do, to be employed, and so on and so forth. From the data we have,
in a world where technology drives business success, staying ahead means understanding and leveraging your data.
You have 1 minute to wrap up. Okay.
Welcome to the next big leap in product analytics. Introducing VenBridge, a cutting-edge platform revolutionizing the e-commerce landscape.
More about why this
Our mission? To empower businesses with insightful analytics that drive user adoption and engagement. But here's the challenge. In the ever-evolving e-commerce sector, maintaining high levels of user engagement and adoption is increasingly complex. Businesses are struggling to keep up with market demands and user expectations. This is where our project comes into play. Our goal? To develop a performance monitoring dashboard that not only tracks but enhances user adoption and engagement on the VenBridge app. By diving deep into product analytics, we aim to redefine how businesses understand and interact with their digital landscapes. To achieve this, we're harnessing the power of Tableau, a leader in data visualization.
Right.
Through exploratory
well done,
data analysis, advanced Tableau functions, and dashboard design, we're set to transform raw data into actionable insights.
I'll hand you over to the judges, starting with
now,
Esther,
we're inviting you to be
we'll
a part of this transformative
comments
journey.
from the others. Esther, please
Join
go
us
ahead.
in shaping the future of product analytics and e-commerce. Together, let's unlock the full potential of data-driven decision-making.
Your presentation was amazing. I think it was really, really thought out. It was very direct. There was a lot around the outcomes, your recommendations, and you talked about the limitations. So I think that was very, very a good approach in terms of how you presented it.
Thank you.
So I suppose the question that I have, when it comes to the recommendation, I think in terms of the challenges, and you highlighted a lot around the information that you receive and the information you're portraying. But in terms of the recommendations, I do not see data points. They're very much just recommendations. There's not a lot of data points around your recommendations. So I just wanted to understand how your thought process was around portraying those recommendations, right? Around what you are suggesting that we do based on the outcomes of your data. Then the other thing is in terms of the limitations as well is the impact. So you discussed a lot around the impact of the limitations around the data, but what is the impact to your findings? So those are my two questions for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So for the recommendation, if you could recall, we were able to identify some problems, which is, for example, gender disparity. There are more females that are unemployed than males. So I think to be able to solve that is a very direct approach. Let us create more policies that will favor the females in terms of unemployment and so on and so forth. And also for the ones of the government investing in education, but they are not doing it right. I think they need to be very much strategic in their decision. Let us invest in things that will actually be more profitable to the economy as a whole. So I think I did like a direct comparison. This is the problem we're facing, and the solution is, or the recommendation is the opposite of what we're actually facing. For example, there is not business creation was not enough to lower unemployment rates. How do we solve this? Let us give more attention to the business owners, give them finances, give them support, give them mentorship, give them favorable regulatory conditions that will allow them to become more profitable in their businesses, and also at the same time assist other job seekers to get employed as well. And for the second question, limitations.
Sorry, Labode, just back to your point around the gender disparities. I mean, your recommendation makes sense, but how do you How do you quantify it? How do you quantify your suggestion? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So so far, from everything I've experienced so far from the data, you could see. Let me just bring you back a little bit. Sorry. With this, you could see a very large amount of in every country, the females are the ones that are unemployed the most. I think to be able to quantify this, I cannot do that currently, but I just believe that if we could set up the policy in place, we could see it just pick up, because this is the problem. It's like a direct problem. It is facing problem females directly, and from the ones and from people that I've seen or spoken to, from my personal experiences, it is mostly because of like childbirth, for example. After giving birth, they find it difficult to go back to their work, or the work is not considering them as well, or they're giving their position to somebody else. I think that's a very big problem. So I think to be able to solve this, let us consider females as well. Let us give them policies that will favor their situation, so that when they give birth, for example, they are given paid leave, or they are given a number of leaves, months or so on and so forth. And after that elapses, they could return to their work and continue where they left off. So I just think to be able to quantify that, we actually have to implement it first, because the problem is very clear. So just let's implement it first, and then we see how it picks up. So for the moment, there is not enough information to actually support that at the moment, but it is just like a direct solution to it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more questions?
All right. Yes, Sebastian, please.
Yeah.
Hi, Olabode.
Hi.
This is actually wonderful. And the reason why I said is, I mean, it starts data intellectual curiosity that I did mention. Probably you were not on the call. That is trying to ask questions from data. And when you ask the question, you try to solve the problem. From there, you build your cloud of informations that you want to share. And you did that absolutely well. One of the presenters did mention that education is one of the strategy for, I mean, that education, there's a correlation between education and unemployment. I didn't see that, but I mentioned it when I was trying to give that person the feedback. But I'm happy that your analysis spotted that education seems to be there in terms of, but it's not, there's no relationship with unemployment as regards to the data set we are looking at. So I think that was a good stuff that you brought out there. Then again, you mentioned that businesses are created, but not enough to lower unemployment. And that is well spotted out, because so the question now is, I know if you don't have much time, but I love that train of thought. So what we now start looking at is, if you now look at number of companies that exist there, there's something that you'll be shocked that a particular country like Lesotho, they have more businesses. They have more businesses within that area, but their unemployment is high. So it now boils down to, do we increase what type of businesses are existing there? What type of policies are they running within that environment? For example, okay, let me not use that example. So, and that's where I want to bring you back to, when you are making your recommendations, if you're not speaking their data, you are only saying your own opinion. And that's where my fellow co-judge just was trying to point you out. How do you quantify this? I mean, you mentioned saying bet rate, or let's invest in skill. Sorry, you said invest in skills. What you would have presented it like this. Well, there are several cases, or there are several multifaceted challenges that may have affected unemployment within this particular region. And it would be nice if further research can be done in investigating policies that exist within the business environment. Since we've discovered that there are more business settings within that environment, could it be that the policies are affecting them, and can such policies be changed in order to drive that, rather than you giving an emphatic statement as, oh, they need to increase birth rate. Who told you that that is birth rate that made female not to be employed in that country? So you can see that you have to be careful where bias comes into view, and that's one problem. Asking questions from data, you have to watch it in terms of bringing that bias. But the technical question I want to ask you is, please, can you scroll up to? There was something you did, and I want to learn. Yeah, correlation. Please come down a bit.
Okay.
You're too fast, bro.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. To go one more time. Yeah, person correlation. Yeah. So I was expecting now. I mean, I love you showed me person correlation of 0.0. Okay, let's look at this. Total non-employment rate. Can you please tell me the understanding of this? If the person correlation is 0.009, what is the inference to the data that you have?
Okay, so what we did was that we took two metrics, which is the business density rate and the total unemployment rate. And for the total unemployment rate, we were able to get that by adding, by combining the male and the female data as well. So we were able to examine the relationship between both of them. And then, so basically, if you are doing correlation, we're trying to examine, okay, if you have two situations, two things.
Okay, don't stress the question. What I'm trying to understand is your understanding of person correlation that you've used. All right. What is this value telling you?
Yeah, it's saying that it is close to zero, meaning there is no relationship between the business density rate that we have and the unemployment rate that we have as well, which means they are not.
What value will you have there that will tell you that there is a relationship between them?
Positive, like 1, from anything from 1 and above.
Please, I would like to have your contact. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any question?
Yes, I think Adejoju, go ahead, please. I can see your hand is raised, if you're still there.
Yes, I'm here. So I have a comment and a question.
Okay.
So
okay.
Thank you very much, and well done, Olabode. Like everyone has said, I'm not going to spend too much time. I totally loved your train of thought. You took us on
in a
journey,
world where technology drives business success, staying ahead means understanding and leveraging your
sort
data.
Of like explain the data.
Welcome to the next big leap in product analytics.
And then sort of draw some insights. I strongly agree with Sebastian. I'm going to rehash it because it's very important.
Okay.
In terms of recommendations, like he said, you are only able to recommend based on the insights you are able to draw from the data so that it can inspire action. Now, adding to that, would come across as bias, like he said, so be careful of that next time, especially in real life situations, so that it doesn't look like you are trying to color the data or an outcome of your data analysis. I wanted to point out something. You said that, I think it was the part where you were looking at the unemployment rate, and you said that when you were, I think the demographics between females and male, something like that, and that you noticed that after COVID, after the COVID year, unemployment rate started going down for the males. However, it kept going up for female, right? Am I correct? Was that how you said it?
Definitely. Yes.
Okay, so female unemployment rate went up, and the male unemployment rate sort of started going down. That is right after COVID period. I thought that was a very interesting point to want to sort of like dive into. I'm not sure why you didn't elaborate a lot more on that. And it's a completely different dimension from everybody that has spoken. I'm not sure anybody had highlighted this in this way. And I thought it was very important. So there might be some other variables that you might be able to conjure, from that information that was clear from what data is telling us. Did you do any work around that? Was there anything else you found that you didn't have time to add to this report, or there was no further analysis around that point? I just wanted to ask that.
There was no further analysis around that because there was not enough information to assist me in what I was looking for. So just know that this is what we have after COVID, but there was not in-depth information to tell us why that happened.
Okay, so another question: what changed after COVID? Did we go back to? We went back to the office, I guess. Again, next time, I feel like it's a point of reference that can also change the game as it relates to what you're trying to do in terms of answering the why did the female unemployment rate kept going up after COVID. Again, I have not looked thoroughly. I'm saying maybe next time, if there's a next time, you might want to look in that direction because it's an interesting perspective. But overall, you did very good. Well done, and I wish you all the best.
For Pictory or logging into your account. This brings you to the main dashboard, showing copy and paste.
Study, you want to say something? 30 seconds.
Mine will be very, very quick. Well done, Olabode. I think you did justice to
Pictory then lets you select a template and aspect ratio to style the video. Click to style from a YouTube link or an audio or visual library or covers.
Your coding and also your visualization.
Format.
And definitely 100% behind was Olabode and the last speaker, the last judge said, sorry, Sebastian and the last judge said. One thing I want to quickly highlight is in data science, there's something we used to say, in God we trust, every other person must bring data. If you are telling me something, I have to be absolutely sure that this is what is happening. And honestly,
if you could send free chocolate in secret to someone special.
Something I really wanted to
in this video, I'm going to review
Pictory
AI. This is going to be a tutorial as well, and my honest thought about Pictory, whether it's a good software or
Sebastian's mentioned something.
And by the way, for those of you who have subscribed to this channel, I have this case study channel, and this channel already make $1,000 for the last 365 days. You know, this is cool. We can make multiple channels and make money online. If you want more, you can follow this channel for those.
You can
of course, there are free videos.
Push your data and limit the data to exactly what you want
to
present.
This is just example. 1
to 2
minutes.
Speak
you can
about,
see there are
and let people see exactly what is happening. When did COVID start? When was the peak period of COVID? When did COVID end? What happened after COVID? You have to give me a before, during, and after. That way, you're helping me to drive home the point. So to be interesting to see that on the graphics side. So let's say, for example, COVID started in 2020 or 2021. You probably want to take a data a year before that. Even best, if you're able to break down the data into months so that you're able to drive home the point of, wow, when COVID was at its peak, this is what happened. When COVID kind of nosedived, this is what happened. So great presentation. And I know, again, I acknowledge the fact that you're not able to put in all those things in 10 minutes. But I mean, this is just for, information's sake in case of next time. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Sadiq. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Sadiq. Well done, Olabode. So sit back and relax, okay? And let's have the other presenters come on. Thank you for participating. We really enjoyed your presentation. All right. So we have the next presenter. We have Opeyemi. Opeyemi will be presenting next. Opeyemi, if you are with us, you can put on your video and I'll ask you to unmute yourself. Okay, I've seen Opeyemi Bashiruddin. I've asked you to unmute yourself, Opeyemi.
All right. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay, sorry. Please give me a few minutes. I would unmute myself right now. Sorry. All right. Thank you very much. Sorry. All right. Good evening. Hello, everyone. Yeah. I'm Bashiruddin. So I'll just go straight to share my screen.
All right. So before you go ahead and present, Opeyemi, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Okay? Or 10 minutes, and then the judges would have 5 minutes to ask you questions and also give you feedback on your presentation. All right. So all the best, Opeyemi.
All right.
All right. Your time.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Good day, judges. My name is Bashir Obremi, and I'll be delving into unraveling the challenges of unemployment in Africa, a data-driven approach. So, just a little bit of introduction. It's no big deal that the complex issue of unemployment in Africa is deeply rooted to socioeconomics and educational and policy factors. And according to projections from International Labour Organization, the average unemployment rate in Africa is projected to be about 7%
because that's usually more useful in terms of meeting it
which is a
overall.
slight
I have
decrease
to,
from
you know,
that of 2021.
select anyone.
Notable variation across the country actually
You
been
forgot
noted about this.
here.
Country-specific unemployment rate in this projection shows that South Africa will have the highest unemployment.
So you can see there are a lot of varieties even on text.
And the youth unemployment crisis estimates that in 2024 it will increase by about 11%. It's the highest being in Jutobi and the next in South Africa, and also the gender disparities in unemployment as also due to cultural diversity. Female employment rate in Africa is very high. So here is the issue about why we are here in this presentation is to address this issue by analyzing various data sets to uncover insight and develop strategies to mitigate the unemployment crisis in Africa. So the data set and tools that was used for this analysis is based on the data set. It was the unemployment rate for gender, the national strategy for youth employment, the share of education in government expenditure, the share of population with access to electricity, and also the tool I used for my analysis was Python, and I did a visualization using Local Studio. So diving into the data analysis, due to the complexity of integrated analysis involving multiple data sets as we were given, the approach will be examined based on correlation and potential interaction among these factors, which would involve 1, correlation analysis, 2, comparative analysis, then 3, time series analysis. For the correlation analysis, for the educational expenditure, it was the correlation was positive for week with unemployment, suggesting an high spending on education. Suggesting that high spending on education does not immediately reduce unemployment rate. Access to electricity also shows that there was a moderate positive correlation, particularly affecting female unemployment, contrary to the expectation that it would decrease unemployment. For the business environment, it was negative. It was a negative correlation with unemployment, indicating more firms and higher business density. Higher business density must have contributed to the lower employment rates. Then gender disparities, high correlation between the female and the unemployed, and between the female and unemployment rate implies common influencing factors despite different actual rates. The limitation of this study actually has to do with missing data, then correlation versus the causality, indicating that current analysis shows correlation. Causality needs further and possible qualitative research, which still relates to the missing data that was in the data sets. Time lag effect, delayed impact, and such as education may not have reflected on the current analysis. Here was my strategic recommendation, which would be for gender-specific employment strategy, addressing employment barrier for women due to the gender disparities in employment, especially here in Africa. Employment, entrepreneurship, and business support, fostering business growth to counteract the unemployment and suggest correlation and an holistic development in terms of basic and in terms of amenities like electricity and education should be looked into. Also, to give comparison into how electricity assets and unemployment correlates for the female unemployment, there was a moderate positive correlation indicating that female unemployment rate increases access to electricity. For the male unemployment, there was a positive correlation suggesting a similar trend, but it was less pronounced as that of the female. Critical insight to take note of this from this correlation analysis is number 1, unexpected trend. Contrary to the assumption, the electricity asset promotes economic growth and reduces unemployment. This analysis shows the opposite. Urbanization factor, possible influence on urbanization, where better electricity assets in cities coincide with higher job competition. Gender-specific challenges, there was a strong positive correlation for women may have reflected the unique challenges in electrified regions, such as employment structures or societal barriers, and also the need for integrated approaches. A recommendation for further study is a more detailed regionalized analysis to shed more light to these nuances of the relationship in electricity access and employment rates. For correlation between education spending and the unemployment, the observation was that there was a weak positive correlation between education spending and the female unemployment rate, and there was also a weak positive correlation between that of female unemployment rate and education spending. And an insight from this is that the effect of the increase in expenditure spending on education alone may not substantially decrease unemployment, hinting that there's a need for quality and job market alignment. And also there's broader strategic requirement addressing unemployment effectively requires a multifaceted approach, including focusing on education quality, economic policies, infrastructure, and overcoming gender-specific employment orders. So to dive into the comparative analysis, I compared three countries based on the highest unemployment rate, the country with a middle classified unemployment rate, and the country with the lowest unemployment rate. And from this insight, I was able to look into the fact that there was no straightforward correlation between government expenditure on education and unemployment rate among these countries. Access to electricity does not directly correlate with the unemployment rate, and business density rate does not show a clear pattern in relations to unemployment rate. But for the youth unemployment trends, observation from the youth strategy analysis, countries with active youth unemployment tend to have a lower unemployed rate for both gender compared to those without a strategy. Operational strategies result in higher female unemployment rate, but lower unemployment, pointing towards the differential in gender impact. Insight from this visualization shows that the success of youth unemployment strategy may depend on the execution and the synergy to broader socioeconomic policies. Gender-specific considerations are crucial as strategies affect females and male unemployment rate differently. Also, in terms of comparing African countries to that of other countries in another continent, I took South Africa as a case study, which obviously has a high unemployment rate, particularly for females, so to say, and of course in addressing this unemployment strategy, South African high unemployment rate may result to complex economic, educational, and policy factors. Lower unemployment countries typically have robust economies, just like how we see in countries like in Europe, in Australia, in Southern America, and China, and in Europe, and meaning that if we had a robust economy, maybe that would improve the unemployment in the continent. Analyzing successful employment strategies analyzing successful employment strategies from the countries with lower unemployment, from countries with lower employment, could inform policy making in higher unemployment nations. For time series analysis, I looked at insights from unemployment rate trend from 1991 to 2019, and I found out that there was a gender disparity, of course, as I've been repeating, consistently higher unemployment rate for females compared to that of males, and the trend consistency fluctuating unemployment rate for both gender over time. Yet the gap for the males and the females is still fairly stable, and there's still disparity. And another interesting insight from this is there was obviously a spike as at 2020, which could be based on the assumption of the lockdown that happened during the pandemic period of 2020, but also the males were told to resume earlier, so to say. Another assumption that can be drawn from that is maybe because of the cultural aspect in Africa, where the males are always favored than the female. Policy implementation. This trend underscores the importance of creating and implementing gender-targeted employment policies to mitigate the persistent disparities in job markets. and also an insight in business environment in African countries from 2006 to 2014. The trend in the numbers of firms, upward trajectory in the average number of firms, indicating a strength of formal business sector conductive job creation. For the business density rate, the business density rate signals an IT signals an IT entrepreneurship activity and more business establishment per adult, which may have boost employment opportunity. And an implication for an expansion for formal business sector and entrepreneurial growth appears instrumental to containing unemployment across Africa. Policy development.
Opeyemi, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
All right, sorry. Emphasis on business intersection and expansion of vital components on unemployment reduction strategy. So a case study for that of Rwanda is as shown here. Based on the insight, the absence of correlation may indicate impact of other factors of education quality and skill relevance. Electricity as said does not impact employment rate. Then business density actually suggests economic growth. Further analysis that was done was to look at gender unemployment rates across Africa, which I had explained already. And analysis for the informal sector, going straight to this implication just shows that there is a need to bring more informal sector to be able to contain the unemployment rate in Africa. A summary of my report has said general insight of the unemployment rate in Africa has shown that we have gender disparities, education expenditure impacts, electricity assets, business environment, youth employment strategy, informal sector, international context, and the recommendation for addressing this unemployment is targeted general specific barrier, targeted general and gender specific barrier, enhancing educational sector, comprehensive economic development, support for informal sector, refine youth employment strategy, and learn from global practice and data-driven making policies. And also, this insight can be used to assist policymakers, stakeholders, and development partners in crafting effective strategies to tackle unemployment challenges in Africa. And I'll also visualize this using a Lucas dashboard, which anyone can interact with, and also in line to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Opeyemi. You went beyond the allotted time by 23 seconds. Okay, so well done. You were almost at the nick of time. Fantastic presentation. I would allow the judges to give their comments and also ask you questions. Okay, so over to the judges. Who wants to go first?
Sorry, sir. I don't mind. Do you mind if I share the dashboard? Okay, sorry. I just want to share the dashboard. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Okay, who's going first? Who has a question or comment or feedback for Opeyemi?
All right. Sorry.
Go ahead, Sebastian.
No worries. Just go ahead, please.
All right, Nkumisa, you can go ahead, and then Sebastian comes after.
Okay, I was being an obedient African woman. Let the man go first. I think Opeyemi, well done. First of all, I think your presentation was very well curated, and I really enjoyed the insights. I think you really took time to dive in and extract as much insights as you could from the data. And I think well done on speaking through the insights throughout the presentation instead of speaking through the content and then only at the end telling us what it is that you found in the data. I think one comment is that for me, it was also difficult to follow at times. I had to really, really, really concentrate in order to hear what you were saying, mainly because you were speaking very fast. And I understand that it's a combination of a few factors, including nerves, including, being mindful of time, given that you had put together such a comprehensive presentation. But I think, the pace of your speaking may have taken away a bit from, all the beautiful, I think, insights that you could have shared with us, and your slides were beautiful. Well done. And I think finally, well done on tying it back to the SDGs. It was the first time that I saw that tie back, and I think it's very important that if something is mentioned in the case study and the business case, and I think if there's one thing that Ade has been lamenting is that this is all linked to the SDGs. What we are tackling here is the SDGs. So I think I was very excited to see one come in there, and your insights speak to exactly how what you found addresses that particular SDG and who are the actors that would help us in addressing that SDG in terms of stakeholders, governments, and all of those things. So I think overall, well done on a good presentation.
Thank you very much.
Right. Sebastian?
Well done, Opeyemi. Well done, well done, well done. To be honest, I love the presentation. And one thing that excites me about opportunities like this to be on the panel is learning new things, learning new tools, and learning new stuff. So please, for everyone who is looking forward to coming back next year, you may want to look at lucasstudio.google.com. It's a powerful tool that you will want to use for reporting. And thank you for bringing it and using it in your analysis. It gives you a beautiful dashboard. Then I also want to make comment on those that use Python, that use Jupyter Notebook. There are presentation modes on Jupyter Notebook that you may want to use in order to bring in your code. You may want to explore that as well. All right, so it's you know the stuff, you have the skill set, and you know what the task is all about. So I think also I will encourage you or advise you or suggest to you any way you want to choose to join Data Analytic mentoring section because you see the situation you're into today. I've been in that position where I'm fighting with 10 minutes, and as a result, I'll just be speaking fast. So you may want to learn that skill set because it's a very good skill set that you need to have. So please reach out to 10Alytics, and I believe that they will guide you in that regard. Then what I want to talk about is your findings. Your findings totally aligns well with it, and your code as well. I managed to look at the code, but I think I'll need some level of access to see. But nevertheless, can you take me back to slide 4 on your presentation? There was something you said there, which I just want to learn from you.
All right.
On slide 4. No, sorry, time series analysis. When you talked about time series analysis.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. The next. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm okay. Don't worry. I was thinking there was something that I need to ask just to understand. I think that's fine with me. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian, for that. We are down to the very end of our presentation session today. Thank you very much, Opeyemi, for that fantastic presentation. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the last presentation for today. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for being a part of this event. Yeah. It's a pleasure hosting you. Okay, so we have one more presentation and then we call it a day. It's been a very long day, but I'll say I've enjoyed myself. I've had an amazing time. I never left my seats except when I just needed to stand to stretch my hands and my legs. But I've been glued to my screen, listening to the amazing presentations, listening to the remarkable feedback as well from the judges. Okay, a lot of people have been sending messages in the chat that we are the ladies. What's going on? We haven't seen any lady present today, but we've saved the best for the last. So we have a lady coming up to make our presentation for today. So we have Vivian, who will be presenting her submission to us. Vivian, if you're on the call currently, just you can unmute, put on your video. So let's get you. Okay. So I'll spotlight Vivian. So Vivian will be presenting to us as well. How are you doing today, Vivian?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Vivian. Vivian, you're
Okay.
joining us from where?
I'm joining from France.
From France, absolutely remarkable. So, Vivian, you have 10 minutes to present to us, to the judges, and then they'll have 5 minutes extra to ask you questions and make comments on your presentation. Okay, so go ahead and share your screen, Vivian.
Okay. Just a moment, please.
It's all right.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, so it just came up now. Okay, so Vivian, remember you have 10 minutes, okay? All the best, and your time starts now.
All right. Good day, everybody. My name is Vivian, and I'm super happy to be here. Today, I'll be making a presentation on how to tackle the unemployment situation in Africa. I will strictly adhere to this presentation outline, running through background all the way to methodology, and then my insights and recommendations. It's really a daunting challenge in Africa because so many persons get to go to university or technical institute, but then graduate to be met with the block of not breaking through into their career because of the issue of unemployment. And this is actually due to deeply rooted economic, education, and probably policy-related factors. And the major problem is because the government promised a lot of policies that is going to help combat unemployment, only for it to, obviously, as of today, do not work. So the major aim of this work is to solve the unemployment problem in Africa, and then try to identify patterns and trends from the data that have been provided to be able to make meaningful insights and locate strategies which will be used to make actionable recommendations. 6 individual data sets of text file origin were made available for this study, but the major method with which I used to analyze my data was Python for exploratory data analysis. I'm sorry that you're seeing machine learning. I didn't get the time to handle that, so I didn't put it out. I'm so sorry for not doing that. When I conducted my EDA, the first thing I did was to conduct data inspection, data exploration. Thereafter, I visualized my data, did some reporting, and then I ran some storytelling, which is exactly what I'm doing right now, telling my story. There are a lot of significance to this study, which spans from holding a huge potential for shaping education and economic strategy to hugely improving unemployment situation in Africa. And it also holds a good potential for assisting in information policy decision. Now, it's true that we've been given huge data. They gave us a lot of data covering regions and continents, and the focus of the study is in Africa. So because of that, I went from a holistic view to a very specific view in Africa. The first thing I did was to run a regional distribution analysis to see how regions compare to each other. From this chart, we can see that Asia, Europe, and Africa actually ranks highest in terms of regional distribution in percentages and in count. I went further to try to evaluate the percentage of unemployment in the region. Surprisingly, Asia, Europe, and Africa are still topping. But then I brought it down and compared it with gender to see the unemployment rates across these regions with gender. And I found out that Asia ranks highest with their female being unemployed compared to their male. And this is actually the case across the entire region, except for Africa, where the males seem to be a little higher in terms of unemployment compared to Africa. Well, I brought it down to sub-regions within the African to see how the sub-regions within Africa correlate with themselves when it comes to unemployment and their gender specifics. So we realized that the female unemployment within the sub-Saharan Africa hugely outweighs that in Northern African counterparts. We tried to leverage on one huge factor I should call it future, yeah, that government wish to implement. They how should I put it? They claim to implement these strategies to curb unemployment. So I try to model this data in my own way, and then I relabeled it as levels of strategies so that I'll be able to understand it easily. And we can see that from this heat plot, Europe seemed to have the most operational strategies, followed by probably Africa and then Asia. It seems to me that the entire region actually have some sort of operational strategies, adopted strategies, and sometimes developing a strategy. Now, another leverage was actually actualized when we tried to compare the investment of governments in education and access to electricity. And then we've come to the realization that Asia and Europe rank very high when it comes to investing in education and then giving access to their individuals and their citizens in their home countries. But then somebody's going to take a look at this picture at the upper left side, this graph, and say, well, Africa is actually trying because it's ranked third. But I mean, 18.2% as against 100% of investment in education. Come on, that's really very low, and it's not commendable at all, because our focus is in Africa. Oceania is actually seen to be very much the least. Now, if you look closely to the comparison of electricity, access to electricity, you will see that Africa is even doing way worse with 12.2% access to electricity as compared to its Asian and European counterpart. Now, let me take this opportunity to reiterate this. Asia and Europe focused more on investing in education, and they invested in their electricity by giving access to their citizens. This is actually going to come in handy moving forward. So because we use heat plots to demonstrate our levels of strategies, I feel it's a bit complicated and complex. So I decided to use a violin plot to show that this entire region, the entire region within the continent, actually have some form of adopted strategy, some form of operational strategy. But with the Americas having some situations where they are meant to adopt some level of strategies but failed to do so. We ran some population analysis where we conducted the average adult population by region. This is average adult populations, not the entire population. And we are actually finding it out that Asia with 73.8% actually ranks highest, with Europe following behind it, and Africa with 9.1%. Now, let me bring it back again. Several regions like Asia and Europe invested more on education and electricity access. Now, if we take a look at this, I decided to conduct a multivariate analysis and then use it to do some multivariable evaluation. And from here, we can see that Europe has some level of high access to electricity. But if you look closely again, you will see that the total business density rate of Europe is actually higher compared to other regional counterparts, with a significant decrease in unemployment within the gender segment. This is really amazing. That means the implementation and investment of education and access to electricity is actually doing wonders. And if you could remember vividly from the insight and observations we made earlier, Europe has about 268 operational strategies as against the other region ranking suit, which is Africa, by just 60%. I mean, there's a whooping difference, a huge one. And I believe this is the reason why their citizens have the avenue to be able to create jobs that will amount to total business density rates being this high. I'm going to use this opportunity to explain that total business density rate means the amount of businesses that are being created. And if businesses are being created, what happens? Job openings are available. And when job openings are available, it means it curbs the unemployment rate in the community or in the continent or in the region. So Europe has really adopted a very huge strategy by making most of their strategy operational, investing in electricity and education as well. This is a correlation plot heat map, but this is actually going to take my time. Let me just move along because I have very little time. So we brought it down to EDA on Africa with lots of comparison because we've made some reasonable observations. From here, we can see from this box plot, comparing the total business density in Africa, right, with access to electricity. you can see how sparsely populated this distribution is. I mean, the business density rate across Africa is very minimal, very, very poor. This is approximately 90% low, not even up to 25% on this graph. Okay, moving forward, I decided to compare this strategy that Africans are adopting, right, to curb unemployment rate. And I've come to realize that 48.28%, huge amount of percentage is allocating to developing a strategy. I mean, developing a strategy when other continent is having huge operational strategies going on. And you can see only 29% of African strategies are operational. Might I begin to make my recommendations here? Africans should probably come into this developing a strategy segment, move a huge portion of it to operational strategy so that they will begin to function somewhat like Europe, I guess. Moving forward, I decided to conduct an average adult population within the African entity, and we can see that Nigeria holds the highest population with 63.9%, followed by Morocco with other counterparts ranking very low in population. Surprisingly, when we compare the unemployment rate, we see that Botswana, Gabon, and Morocco are actually having a huge unemployment rate compared to Nigeria with the highest population. Now, this is not to say that Nigeria is doing comparatively very well because the population is really high, but I'm not to say now, but this data and my presentation is going to tell us further. So I actually tried to tap into the investment that the governments are making in the African educational sector. And we can see the most populous country, Nigeria, has mostly the least, one of the lowest educational investments from their government, right? While we see Morocco and Senegal ranking very high. This is appalling. Well, moving ahead, we decided also to compare the access to electricity again, right?
Vivian?
Yes?
You have 1 minute to start to wrap up, okay?
Okay, good. And then we can see this. Now, moving forward, we now compared it with the total business generated within our cross region. We can see that Africa is really ranking very, very poor. So we decided to do a box plot to compare, and we can see comparing total business with access to electricity and government investment in education. We see that Africa is actually not doing very well. Comparing it with Asia, somewhat the same. So to conclude, it is actually evident that Europe, that successfully invested in education and electricity access, created a lot of businesses that minimized unemployment. I mean, educated people have the ability to create businesses that will eventually create job opportunities. Access to electricity is very, very important so that when people who are being educated comes out, they will have the skill set and the experience and the resources they need to create businesses that will create employment, thereby curbing unemployment. Lots of regions and entities have operational strategies, for example, Africa, but then no effective job is being created. Lots of unemployed people everywhere. We therefore recommend that lots of effort should be put into investing into education for the young ones, for the upcoming ones, and even for the adults, so that they will build the reasonable skills that they need. And when they come out, they will have access to electricity to function properly. If these recommendations are implemented, there is a very huge hope for a positive change. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Vivian. I wish I didn't have to stop you. You went beyond the allotted time just by 18 seconds. So you were almost on time, but just by 18 seconds. And that's a fantastic presentation. I'll leave it to the judges to give their feedback, okay? So I'll start with Esther and then we'll move on to Sadiq. So Esther, please go ahead.
Vivian, I just wanted to say, well done. Congratulations. I think your presentation was compelling, it was insightful, and engaging.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thanks.
You know, there's a saying by there's a person that his name is Daniel Kahneman.
Yeah.
He's very famous at saying no one makes a decision from a number.
Okay.
They make a decision from the story that the number provides.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you've done today.
Thank you.
You gave us a story. You created insights from the information. And I think you've done a good job at that, Vivian.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
thank you.
Look, the fact that you've also used external information to supplement the data, you brought different perspectives, you created different you gave us different components, different factors in how we're looking at this particular question, this particular problem is very I think very, very, very insightful. So I just want to say thank you for that, Vivian.
Thank you.
And I think also the fact that you took us through a journey. You started off with the challenge, and then you went on to discuss and give us the insights around the impacts, and then you went on to give us the recommendation, particularly around I really, really liked your ideas around operational strategy versus. I thought that was very, very insightful. So I just want to say thank you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Sadiq, please go ahead.
Thank you for giving us I think one of the best flows I've ever seen. Like, you were just flowing, you were just connecting, you were just delivering. I was able to connect from your last slide to your next slide to your next statement. It really, this is the art of storytelling. You killed the storytelling part.
Thanks.
It's amazing how even if you have just a little data, you only need to bring your art of storytelling to convince your audience that this is what I understood from the data. So I was going to say you understood the assignment. So definitely a good plus on that front.
Thank you.
Your visualization are also great. I think I love the idea of the way you presented your visualizations. I think honestly here, and this is for every other person that's also presented today, I totally understand the fact that you were under immense pressure to get something out as quickly as possible and almost as accurate as possible. So I totally appreciate the fact that you actually ended up to be one of the top 10 is a great feat on its own. And I know that it doesn't speak so much of the effort and energy that you put into this, especially this 10 minutes of presentation. But one thing I would want to say is also, setting attention to details, especially some things that would help you to deliver your points very well, just so that when you're presenting, people don't second guess based on what they are seeing, based on what you're visualizing. If you don't mind, I would probably want to take you just a couple of clicks back. There was a part where you did level of strategy versus region. Can you please go back to your slides? I will try not to take more than 2 minutes. Can you please present?
Yeah. I'm doing that.
So there was a first time. I think you should be in maybe slide 9.
13.
No, before.
I think it was the 2 pie charts.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the first one. So look at this. You have levels of strategy, and then I'm seeing Africa, Americas, Asia, Europe. And on the other side, you're having no strategy. Developing 0, 1, 2, and 3. I believe the legend or the text should be the other way around, which is maybe something that you probably wanted to do, but you kind of missed that because of the rush. So I totally understand, but these are very little things that some of the times it helps you to. Now I spend a couple of seconds trying to, so what's this number? What's this value? By the time I will look at it, you're already on the next slide. I have to quickly reconnect and start following because your storytelling was compelling. I don't want to keep thinking about what's happened in the past, and then lose what you're going to say in the future. So it's really important. Can you just keep clicking down?
Okay.
I think there's a couple of things that I also saw. Kind of go to number 14, slide 14. So there's something around, the coloring of your violin plot. I'm not sure where I saw it.
Oh, okay, this is it. This is it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's kind of difficult for me to like, for example, look at the one under 2, strategy adopted. Honestly, I'm not sure how much of what I can pinpoint from this slide, except that, okay, yeah, that long one just below the green one may probably be America's, but then it's taking me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
you mean
exactly.
the visual is not? Oh, okay.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
even to
okay,
figure,
I get your
because
point.
the region is by colors, and then you've used that to represent something, which I really want to understand. So if you look at 3, a strategy operationalized, it's exactly where your mouse is. I really can't tell which one is it. Then I think there's a point where I'm not going to point you to that point, but there's a point where you use a box plot that probably doesn't have a legend. So it's kind of difficult for me to also know exactly what you're talking about. There's a part where
the box plot. Wait, let me take you there. Just a moment. You mean this?
Yes.
Okay. So, this box plot, right?
Yeah.
It is just I plotted numerical variables against numerical variables. So the essence of this box plot is just to create to see how the availability of electricity affects total business density creation. So what we are looking after is to see if these box plots are going to be really high, because we are actually after seeing the amount of business that has been created within the African segment. Okay. So, but we only saw that for Senegal and Morocco, and then every other African segment was that was the reason why actually the 10 minutes was a bit small, if not a fantastic explanation here, so that everybody will understand. But I just have to,
Thanks for that clarification. I get you 100%, and you are spot on. Can you please quickly go to the unemployed female entity? There was a part there where so here I'm struggling to understand, what the 688.52 means. And then when you say unemployed female by percentage, and I'm seeing 700, are you saying this increased by?
This is not percentage. I'm sorry. This is not by percentage, and I think I'm very wrong to have included this. I should have removed this decimal. Yeah, I should have removed it. I'm sorry, right? But this is by no means percentage calculation. Even though I have it within my legend, that's actually a fault. I should have removed it within the y-axis titling.
I understood when you were explaining, but I just wanted to point it out that this is some of the things that it confused me a little bit.
I'm so
then
sorry.
There's just another place where I saw access to electricity. I think it's just a little bit down.
This?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it this one? So.
Or this?
No, I think it's that one, but I think it's a little bit more explanatory. I think now looking at it without rushing the explanation, it's a little bit explanatory. But I mean,
I'm so sorry for the rush, please.
No. I mean, it's not unexpected. So definitely, thank you for the great presentation, by the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's move on to Nkumisa and then Sebastian.
Vivian, ma'am, thank you so much for redeeming our gender. You have redeemed
thank you very much.
As a gender. Thank you for being the only female in the top 10. Well done. If you take anything away from here, right, you carried the whole population of African women on your shoulders today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And congratulations for really pushing. And I think we understand, just seeing you present today, we understand why you are the only lady still standing amongst all these beautiful gents here. We understand your passion came in. And thank you so much for that, because it plays a huge part in engaging people to the story. And I think when your passion shows for what you are saying to us as your audience, we buy in immediately and we want to follow and want to engage and want to probe with you. So thank you so much for bringing your passion. And I think probably for the first time, thank you for marrying the hard skills, right? The technical skills. We can see that you know your story, and the soft skills that we need to have as data professionals. I think we don't lament enough. I haven't seen a bootcamp that speaks on the soft skills, by the way. Hint, 10Alytics, maybe. You know, thank you for marrying the two together, because it's very important. Once you've done, you know, the technical, the bolts and the nuts behind, to bring the soft skills and the storytelling that Esther lamented on. So I think once again, there you may have had a female advantage, but you really married the two together very well.
Thanks.
And I think also for the first time I heard why is electricity and education, how exactly does electricity and education contribute to solving the problem? I've heard it being thrown around as an insight, but it's important to really, I think sometimes we make the problem of saying that the more people buy bread, the more money. But why? Like, why is it that the more people buy bread is the more money we see? Thank you so much for piecing that piece of information together. I think that it's the art of data storytelling, and that's the difficult part that we all learn until we get to, I think, until we hang our boots and we leave this story. The higher you go up the ladder is you learn how to piece that story together differently. When you're an analyst, you learn how to speak to operational managers. When you're an operational manager, you learn how to piece the story to strategic managers. When you're a middle manager, you learn how to communicate to executives all the way up to C-suite. And it's a story that you have to keep refining. We're all learning it. Thank you so much for showing that, you've gathered that already along the journey. And yeah, I think my only advice would be on the colors and just paying a bit more attention to detail in your presentation. There was a pie chart. I think Sadiq wanted to go down to it, but then he spoke to the other ones where we were talking about the strategy, level of strategic execution, and we're comparing two of the same with two different pie charts. The only thing I would say is that keep the consistency. If we are talking about level of strategic operationalization, and it's green on this one, make it green on this one as well, because we're talking exactly about the same thing. We're just talking maybe about two different reasons, but the variables or the attributes that we're speaking to are the same. So those little synthetic aesthetics within, they make your story even more powerful, and take away the frustration of trying to interpret your visuals as you take us through it. But yeah, thank you so much for closing us up very well today.
Thank you very much.
All right, Sebastian, over to you.
I wanted to ask if this was, what's that word again? If this was rehearsed. If Nadiza, did you guys plan to bring her up late to close us on this? Well, well done, Vivian.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. One thing I like about your presentation is the dimension you took this. So you narrowed down to Africa. You now looked at it from a broader perspective. You took a framework from what is currently going on in other regions to equate it to what is happening in Africa. That's absolutely amazing. It was as if Sadiq was just reading my checklist to spot out those points, and likewise the co-judges. But I just want to ask you, you showed us some interesting introduction. If you had to use supervised learning on this and unsupervised, what would you have done on this task?
Actually, if I were to use supervised learning, because it is evident that the entire region already have operational strategy. They are not lacking in strategy. They are probably not lacking in electricity that much. But then I would like to actually build my prediction around education mostly. Try to see how optimizing prediction is going to help build unemployment and build employment while curbing unemployment, and run some model on them. But for unsupervised learning, I'm sorry, I didn't give much thought to that. I'm not going to talk nonsense. So I'm going to be honest, because it was like a rat race for me. Like, I've not had any time to rest or sleep even. I'm sorry. So I've been under pressure. I can't give you the answer right now. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised you pulled this stunt with this small time that you have and to do that analysis. Okay. I mean, you said businesses should improve. Part of your recommendations, one of the things you mentioned in your recommendation, businesses in Africa, or more businesses should be created more in Africa. And
Yes.
because that is the framework, or that's what you've seen from the Europe, from the data sets around Europe. Now, okay. So the truth of the matter in the data sets, businesses, there are areas that had more business dense area than part of Europe, if you look at it year by year. I'm not sure if you looked at this. So some years
holistically.
Well, holistically or peripherally or anywhere.
Holistically, because from the data, it's actually really very evident, honestly. I would have gone bit by bit, but doing that is like going to take forever.
Yeah,
and I just wanted
to
do, I just wanted to do something that I wouldn't have to compromise the integrity of the results I present. So I just had to do it that way. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when you saw this hackathon, what came to your mind?
Yeah, when I saw this hackathon, I was like, wow, I missed the last one. Yeah.
So you've been following it. You've been following 10Alytics all this.
10Alytics were actually my backbone. They were the ones who made me who I am. So it's like I knew nothing, And then if Femina came in and started with Excel that other time, I'm like, wow, this guy is he a teacher or a data surgeon? And I'm like, I'm going to complete this. And I followed it to the very end. He was really good at data. It was a rejuvenating experience for me because I've tried to do that a couple of times. I actually finished a couple of months back, but they really did a good job with us. It was a phenomenal experience. So,
well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you. I mean, it's obvious of what 10Alytics is currently doing in the globe. So, well done to the guys behind 10Alytics at the moment. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely phenomenal. Adejoju, I'll hand over to you. Go ahead, please.
Vivian.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
It was paining me when Sebastian was talking because he touched on some of the points I jotted. Sadiq already said what I want to say, and then Sebastian then finished everything. Things around everything. I don't want to sort of like sound like a broken record, so I won't go on all of those again. I will then just encourage you, like everyone has said, for the feedback around places where you need to improve, please don't take that lightly. Take it to heart and then work on those. Okay. They say that visualization is sometimes you need to think of the people that will read it in terms of even your color choices, your background, your foreground, everything. You need to think of that. Your visual encoding, all of this, it really matters. So they punch on all the things I would have loved to punch on. However, the part that the other coach had mentioned that really sort of wowed me, like she said, you saved our agenda, because I was also thinking why is there no female in this, hackathon, and then you came and then you just wowed us. I think your storytelling is very compelling and it carried us along. Like I said, I don't want to emphasize on the questions that everybody have asked because it's the same thing I was jotting as well. I just want to encourage you. Even everybody here, I'm sure everybody knows that is how it is in tech. You continue to learn. You continue to, I think exercising that learning muscle is the hallmark of any kind of role in tech, especially data. Attention to detail, curiosity. I bet everybody then knows today that communication is a key part. And I say it to a lot of people that I mentor as well. You can do something, you can be the best data scientist. If you cannot communicate what you have done, then it's a waste of time. Also, learning your audience and packaging how you present to different audience. there's a difference between how you present an operational dashboard to the dashboard that you want to give senior management. A chief of staff just wants to see a few things, and then what do we do so that you inspire an action out of that? But maybe if it's an operations team, they want to know the nitty-gritty, you know, all of those things. So it's just those fine details here and there, you know, that you need to brush up. But in terms of your communication skills and sort of like convincing us, even if you were telling us a lie today, it's almost believable because, you know, you took us on a journey. Yeah, so I just wanted to encourage that. And you did this in 10 hours. I think is quite interesting and quite refreshing. So keep it up. Well done. And I think everybody, actually, I want to use this opportunity to also encourage everybody that has been here. Everybody that showed up today, I thought did fantastic. You give people this asset to work on, even for interviews, for 3 days, 1 week, and then they can't even come up with anything. But you guys showed up with, we're even critiquing things in 10 hours, you know, and you have industry giants looking at your, you know, people saying I can learn from it. I think it's fantastic. Everybody, whether you are the winner or not, everybody that showed up today, trust me, you guys are top notch. Like, I'm so proud of you, and I'm happy this kind of thing is happening. Again, kudos to 10Alytics as well for this kind of platform. I think I'll sort of like reach out to you guys after this. So thank you, Vivian, and thanks to everyone. It was fantastic. Well done.
Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the leaderboard alone, I can't just stop smiling. It's you know, I just need to share it and show everybody. But would hold that for the next few minutes. Well done, Vivian. Fantastic job. Amazing presentation. I mean, your confidence, your passion is super contagious. I had to hold myself after your presentation. I think Vivian is off. Okay, so that I don't preempt the judges, you know, I just had to compose myself and not say anything and allow the judges rate you. But it was a fantastic presentation. We also do a lot in terms of bringing in more women into tech, because I saw a lot of, you know, conversations happening in the chat. And one of the things we did this year, 2023, in the month of March, to commemorate the International Women's Day, because women are underrepresented within the tech ecosystem. You have just about 25 to 26% of roles within the tech ecosystem held by women. Okay, so we launched a scholarship program to cater to 300 women across the globe who would love to get into tech. And that was part of, you know, our work to ensuring that we bring more women into tech. And I mean, since somebody like Vivian coming up to deliver this presentation, that's absolutely phenomenal. A top 10 that was, you know, male heavy. First 9 people were first 8 male, and then you had Vivian coming to give that fantastic presentation. That's absolutely phenomenal. All right. The results are in. I think all the judges have rated, and we'll be sharing the leaderboard shortly. So we see who came first, the first runner-up, the second runner-up, and for everybody that participated today. Now, you had 10 hours yesterday. 10 hours is a long shot to get something done. Okay, you'll be competing with so many things. Where do I keep my focus? What do I need to look at? Do I need to look at the entire data? Do I need to come up with all the possible, you know, variables and so on and so forth? But I mean, looking at a particular area to focus, every other person that participated, coming up with those insights, getting it done in 10 hours, and having this type of reception, comments, and so on. I think I've learned a lot myself, and I've had a good time. Okay, so Ife, I'll just hand over to you to 1 or 2 minutes, give a 1 or 2 minute talk while we get the results in, and then we present and we see the winners for today, and we call it a day. Over to you, Ife.
Yeah, thank you, Femina. I think the top thing that I think I've learned is the sheer hunger to that I am seeing amongst young people to learn, especially in this in the data ecosystem, and it's a bit painful for me. It also then feels like people are so desperate to learn and to do these things, and I don't know that we have systems, or maybe according to the data sets, operational strategies to sort of encourage them, of course, a lot of people across Africa, and I can see even across the world. I'm happy to see that there's a lot of attention and there's a lot of hunger and yearning for learning and wanting to sort of perform in this field. And I've been thinking, what will the next 10, 20 years be? What do we need to do as people in this ecosystem? There's this concept that I always have about when people feel, oh, someone is a data engineer or a data analyst or a data scientist, whatever, or ML ops, whatever, whoever you are, and you feel like, or maybe I'm 50%. I know up to 50%. I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm that good. But then within that 50% band, so there are people that are 49% and below that you can actually teach and encourage and mentor, and then people over your 50% band too can also, you can look up to them. So I feel like we have to figure out a way, especially maybe a focus on Africa, where we can sort of like continue to build the ecosystem and ensure that we are engaging the people that are coming behind to ensure we proliferate the data skills. And I think invariably that is going to come to play. It will be evident in even how things are done, improvement in every facet of what is happening in Africa and Nigeria today. If we are data driven and we improve our ideas and how we utilize data generally, and people become more data literate, again, things will improve. Even our systems, telecommunications, there's so many things that needs to be improved. And it's this kind of forums, this kind of developmental things that need to happen that would sort of get us there. So I was inspired, encouraged, at the same time challenged to try and do more in my own corner. And I'm definitely gonna reach out to 10Alytics. Yeah, I'm trying to pronounce it well, and see how whatever fractional support I can sort of provide, to sort of push this agenda is what I say. Again, there's a big work that needs to be done around the gender balancing thing. I thought we were doing a lot better, but even evidence in the number of participants and submissions that we got, that we only got one female. It's a bit disheartening, but it's going to get better. So that's my that's my submission. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, it has been recharging. Like I've never been this connected and focused for this many hours, right? Like never. Like my attention span is this much. Don't ask me how I do date. My attention span is this little. But today, like literally everyone just kept us engaged. And I really want to say thank you to everyone for bringing their A game, for really honoring us with your talents, with your passion, with everything that you possess today. You know, you poured something in us. As much as we're here to be judges, and it may seem like we're the ones that are here to give the feedback, you guys poured something in us and and recharged. And it's a Sunday. Like I'm going into work with a different mindset tomorrow. So well done. And I think just seeing the level of talent that we have in Africa, Jesus. Like for me, it tells me that even the very problem that we're talking about today, you know, is not going to be for very long. We're going to see, you know, a shift and a change in the dynamics and how they play themselves. Because I think today is testament um, of how awakened this generation of Africans is to who we are and what it is that we possess. This is just testament of that. If you look at the tech startup within the African context and how it has been rising, if you follow up that just the startup trajectory within Africa, we're starting to see Africans come up with African solutions for African problems. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. So if you see the amount of talent that's in this call today, you know that we definitely, I think with initiatives like this, 10Alytics, you're building the workforce that's going to feed that innovation, the workforce that's going to be the engine that's going to run with that innovation. And I think if we continue on that streak, we definitely our children's children will hear in it as a distant memory some of the things that, you know, some of the stories or the narratives that we've had about Africa. And I want to say to everyone that participated, you are literally your ancestors' wildest dreams. Okay, if they sat under a tree and cooked pap one day, and they were dreaming of something, of a future for us, this is literally what they were dreaming of. They were thinking of their children's children who are going to be taking up the stage and taking up global, might I add, global stages, and just coming up, your boldness, your confidence, and just your ability, and the hunger, like Adejo, you said, your hunger, the hunger, nothing beats you having the hunger for something. Everything else you can learn. You can't teach someone to be hungry for something. You can teach Python, you can teach data visualization, storytelling, but you can't teach hunger. You can't teach someone how to spot an opportunity and go after it. That's something that's innate and that's born in you. And all of you guys demonstrated that with your presentations today. And I'm really well done to you. I'm so looking forward to following your stories and just seeing it unfold to the heights that it's going to go to. I'm excited to have made the connection to everyone here, but I'm particularly excited about seeing you guys, everyone that participated today. I'm excited about seeing how your story is going to unfold, because I think I know it. Women have a sixth sense. My sixth sense is telling me right now that, listen, we sitting with people that are definitely going to be shifting the tables in some very big places. So well done to everyone, and thank you for being a blessing to all of us today.
It is my first hackathon, and I'm actually speechless. I actually don't know what to say. I am so proud to be African. I'm so proud to be part of this. I'm calling it a movement because it is. We're moving the needle. And I really want to say thank you to 10Alytics. Thank you to everybody that participated in this competition. Thank you, because as Monisa said, like for me, it was not about just participating as a judge. I also got a lot out of it. I learned a lot. I gained a lot of knowledge. I gained a lot of insights, and I'm super excited about what the future is going to become, because I think the future is Africa. I don't think there's going to be a future without Africa. The future is Africa. And the fact that we're here solving our problems for us and by us is amazing. It's amazing. So I am, just to answer your question about how do I feel, excited. I feel also challenged. I think Lisa said it, like I'm gonna walk out of here thinking that, you know what, there's still so much work to do. There's still so much we can do. There's still so much opportunity we can create in this continent, and it's upon us to make that happen. And to see the talent today and this weekend, I mean, if you had asked me, is this the type of weekend I would have hoped for? No, I would have probably said I wanted to be at home with my family. But this weekend, the fact that I'm part of this, and it was well worth it. It really was. So I want to say thank you. And yeah, I can't wait for what is going to come up. I think the solutions that are going to be are coming up and are going to be created and are going to be fortified and implemented through this type of channel, these type of platforms is super exciting. Like I said, the future is Africa. And if we all believe it, we all buy into it, and we put our energy and effort into this, I don't think there's anything that can stop us. So thank you.
Well, I have a whole lot to say. I was about saying, let's go to the winners house and celebrate with them as well. Okay. I mean, it's an interesting journey for me. Each time I am given the opportunity to be here. Can you hear me? Oh, so, and most importantly, learning from my co-judges. While I sit and listen, oh my God, I'll just be like, okay, why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I explore this? Why didn't I explore that? Because I believe in being hands-on, and at the same time, I believe in, if you are in the managerial position and you are hands-on, it gives you the opportunity for you to understand things critically. And once the decision is to be made through data, it gives you that opportunity as well to drive that insight. So I'm really privileged to be among the co-judges that are here this evening. Now, for the participants and the top 10, my goodness, to be honest, these particular data sets, right? For anyone, for the 220 that made submission, just throw cap for them, because I mean, for you to get to the point of, because initially when I started looking at data set, I said, okay, can I build a schema? How can I join everything together? I tried to do, and I discovered that when I do my left join, so many things were falling off. I went back. The data set was just, I mean, so I understand where Vivian and other participants were coming from. So when they were not carefully looking at when they aggregate their data, the percentage, and I'm saying 698, and it's supposed to be percentage and all that. So I totally understand, but that's the place of learning, and I'm super excited learning from them. What I want to say to everyone on this call, whether you participated or you did not participate, the truth of the matter is the future is Africa. You see, it's not cast on stone, because you see this problem, like for me, maybe the people that will be going up towards publication and all that, we may have a very elaborate time to talk about it more, because right now, when I read the policy by Lesotho government on unemployment, I don't think they have this data that we are looking at. And please, where is this data from? I believe it's from a normal source from World Health, right? So I now ask myself, how did they get to that point of that policy that they made there? So they need people like us. They need people like all the 220 participants that participated in it. It is not hard. Sometimes when I see some decisions being made, I'll just be asking myself, is this decision data-driven? And again, thanks to 10Alytics for this platform. Last year, I think, was it a lady? Was it a lady won it? Rita. I don't know who is going to win it this year, but last former year, it was also a lady was part of it. And I mean, I don't know. It's interesting to see how the wave is going. And the future is Africa, actually, because I keep saying it. The way AI is going, right? We are getting to that point where it's going to be continental advantage. I mean, it's going to be a continental advantage. People without nuclear power, we want to use AI as their nuclear power. Then if we individuals in Africa don't embrace it now, to start understanding those algorithms that are there that will build that AI system, oh goodness me, it's going to be, because look at what is going on between the CEO of OpenAI and Chris Cotton and all that. It's not looks like it's a political affair or something. So OpenAI will definitely be a close AI with time, and we need to step up. And thank you so much, 10Alytics, for what you're doing. I am really, really happy to be here to spend this time, and I've learned a whole lot. I have learned a whole lot. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. I really can't thank you enough for this great opportunity. And I've mentioned this to you in person. I was in a different country this morning, and when I heard about this opportunity to be on the judge panel with this amazing people, I immediately had to change my flights to make sure that I get back to the UK as quickly and early as possible to be a part of this. And it's not just because I like to be in your midst. It's personal because it is a learning opportunity for me. It's a learning opportunity for me as well. These amazing presentations, especially when the judges, the co-judges are giving their feedback, there's a whole lot to learn from there. And that is one of the things I want to say. See, in this life, there is the only shortcut. There is no shortcut to learning. You have to learn what you have to learn to be as good as how you want to be good. There's no shortcut to learning. But there's a key, there's a catch to it. The only shortcut I believe there is to learning is learning from the mistakes and the successes of others. And you get to have that fire hose in this kind of environment where you're having a hackathon, real life, real time, people are giving you back feedback, and you're able to see, okay, yeah, this is what they're saying. Someone was mentioning in the comments the other time that, oh, I've not seen anyone use Lucas Studio before, and now Lucas Studio is beautiful. Go to the next step. What is Lucas Studio? Maybe this is the first time you're thinking about. This is the first time you're going to learn about Luca or Lucas Studio, which are different tools, by the way. So the more deeper you dig deep in an environment like this, I mean, you've seen different tools, you've seen different ways of presenting, you've seen different tools that people are using. Definitely pick up that tool that you think. Someone mentioned here that, oh, nobody has used R or which other language. Why don't you pick the same problem, the same data set, and try and use R? Test your own knowledge. Go the next mile. So I think this has been a good experience for me. In terms of what I probably would have expected, there's a whole lot that I probably want to see. The data sets that were given, a lot of people, what you try to do was you're trying to get like for like. So unemployment of 2020, sorry, what the other consequences of the same year. Sometimes you probably don't want to look at data and compare them at the same year. Sometimes when government presents or gives you an opportunity or probably creates more enabling environment this year, you probably don't expect to see the results this year. So one thing I was expecting to see was that, okay, so in the next year, the following year, the next year, after 3 years, 5 years after this, what happened? Then that is when you can actually speak to government that, look, after the investment in education and investment in electricity in year 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, GDP actually increased, this number increased. That is when you speak to policy or decision makers. This is one of the things I would have loved to see. The genius coach said around sports. If you know him, Jose Mourinho, he said something around football heritage, that the investment in players that you have in the previous year, you don't see it that year. You probably wouldn't have a cup when you have 10 players in your team, but you build it over the years and you keep seeing the results. So the last thing I want to speak to is, you have to speak to the data. And I know that a lot of people are putting a lot of work, and I really congratulate everyone that participated in this. One last thing I just want to say is that in hackathons like this, I'm sure you've seen the way people have presented. Please try as much as possible. When a problem is given to you, use the data that you were given to speak to the question. I would have loved that even when you started, most of you, when you started your session, the first thing you told me in the first minute was that, see, I'm going to talk about a lot of things today, but these are the highlights of, tell me a TLDR, like drive me into a mood where I'm able to say, okay, yes, you mentioned this at the beginning. This is a summary of what you want to do. Now I'll sit back and listen to your talk, because I know that I'm going to get there when you're going to get there and explain to me. So there's a good energy in, teasing people to know exactly what you want to deliver. And I hope maybe some of the summaries are well taken. I'm sorry for people that maybe kind of be thinking I may be a little bit harsh on them. I promise to be a very fair judge today and present it as I see it. I hope you're not offended. And if you are, please, I'm sorry. And hopefully maybe next time we'll probably have a better outing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ife. So I'll be sharing my screen so you can see what I'm seeing as well. Okay. So we have everybody that presented, we have their scores on the leaderboard, and we get to see our winners for today. All right. Fantastic presentations. I've had an amazing time. So let's cap it up with celebrating the winners for today. Okay. So drum roll, drum roll. Ife. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen. So drum rolls, and here you go. So we have our winner, Kwame Ochere came first with 93% as rated by the judges. We have Vivian, the powerful Vivian, the vibrant Vivian. She came second with 90%. And then we have Olabode Esho, who came third with 85%. All right, so I want everybody, please give them a round of applause. Use the round of applause emoji, or you can send a message, send it to the chat. Would love to see that from you. Let's bring up Kwame, let's bring up Vivian and Olabode if they are still with us on the call. Elijah, let's bring them off. Let's hear from them one more time before we wrap it up today. Okay, so Kwame, Vivian, Olabode, if you are still on the call, just indicate. Okay, so Kwame, I'm going to add you to the spotlight. Okay, Kwame is there already. Yeah, Vivian. Yes, Vivian is here. Vivian, I've asked you to unmute yourself. You can also put on your video, and then I'll spotlight you one more time. Vivian, the first runner-up. Fantastic. Okay, so I've seen Vivian. Okay, and then Olabode. Olabode, you can also put on your video. Let's see you one more time. Okay, I've seen you. Fantastic. Okay, so let's start with Kwame. Well, let's start with Olabode, then we'll have Vivian and then Kwame. Olabode, please go ahead, share your experience. How do you feel today? How do you feel being the second runner-up? Of course, you came in towards the end of the hackathon and then you delivered a fantastic job. Go ahead, Olabode. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Hello everyone. Wow, this is very nice. I'm actually very, very happy. So I just want to say thank you to 10Alytics. This has been a very fighting experience because the first session, the first hackathon, I was actually part of it, but I didn't make the top 10 participants. Also, again, I came again for the alumni hackathon, but I was disqualified because I was not an alumni, but I just stopped the actually, so I decided to come again this time around, and I was actually glad I made top 10 and actually made the top 3 as well. I'm very, very excited. I just want to say thank you to 10Alytics. Yes, I've just been very, very impactful, insightful as well, because I had to step out of my comfort zone to actually make this things happen. I am so very glad and very, very appreciative of this. And I also want to thank the judges because their comments, they were actually things that I need to fix, or I need to work on myself personally, and I'll be taking those things into consideration in my future projects and then experiences. So overall, thank you everyone. This has been very, very great.
Congratulations once more, Olabode. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Good to have you join us this year again. We hope to see you some other time. All right, Vivian, over to you. The powerful woman in the house, Vivian, you blew me away. I actually wish you had 30 minutes. Just keep on talking. I never stop.
You're watching me. Actually, if anyone had told me, as at the time I started exploring that data yesterday, that I would even make top 10, I wouldn't believe it. When I saw the data at first instance, I'm like, which kind of data be this one? How do I merge it? How do I work with this, But then I just decided to keep moving. I said I wasn't going to make this year's hackathon because I knew it wasn't just all about the prize. I just wanted to see what it's like. This is my first hackathon, I just wanted to see what it's like, how I would feel, how the competition goes, because the last time so many persons were like, it's intense, it's good, it's the experience. But I never thought I could make it. I never knew I made it to top 10 until this morning around 5. I woke up, I didn't see any chat. I said, wow, so I missed it. And then when I decided to go to my email to check my email, I was like, congratulations. That was even when I started.
Oh no, Vivian's network. Vivian, are you still there? Oh, we lost Vivian. Vivian is a fantastic storyteller. I want her to come back to complete that story. All right, let's take, okay, while we wait for Vivian to come back to complete her story, let's take Kwame. So Kwame, second time, and this is the true picture, or the true, when you say focus on the goal, consistency, don't give up. All right, this is Kwame's second time participating. Of course, he presented, okay, Vivian is back, but I'll just talk about you a little bit, Kwame. Kwame didn't win in terms of coming first the first time. I think he was top 3 or thereabouts. But this time around, Kwame came and blew everybody out of the water and he came first. So Kwame, you have the opportunity to tell us how you feel about this edition of the hackathon. But let's Vivian complete her story. So Vivian, please go ahead. Let's wrap up your thoughts and then we'll take Kwame. Okay.
Yeah, let me just wrap it up. I just want to thank you guys for the judges after presenting made me feel like I wasn't an idiot after all. I tried, I did something because I didn't expect the commendations and the feedbacks. They are really, really nice. I never really took keen note of those things, but moving forward, I think these are something I wouldn't have to like look over and say it's very trivial. I will have to pay keen attention to that. Thank you very much, 10Alytics, for actually giving me the foundation to be able to do this. I mean, 90%, that's a lot, Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to learn. Thanks.
Good to have you, Vivian. And thank you for being a part of this edition of the hackathon. Okay. Kwame, over to you.
Hi everyone. Please, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
I think I can totally relate with what Vivian said. Like, I saw the data set. It wasn't like last year's. Like, it was relatively cleaner. But what I really going to do with this data, and honestly, I just came here to learn. I think through these hackathons, 10Alytics and associates have created an avenue for us as data people to be conscious of Africa's position with respect to the SDGs and to leverage data to offer solutions to and then raise awareness. So personally, like, I really, really appreciate it. Like, grateful to 10Alytics, grateful to Master Insights, because like some of these insights are new to all of us too, and so making us aware. Yeah, thank you very much. To my friends in the chat, I don't know, I didn't know I'll make it here too. I mean, looking at the people I know who registered, a lot of people have done amazing projects, but all I can say is just keep an open mind and don't give up. I mean, it gets really hard and low sometimes, but just don't think hard. Just take the data and I don't know, play around with it and listen to what it's telling you. Thank you very much to the judges. Your recommendations and feedback, very well noted. I really appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we get to do more work on SDGs and take Africa where it should be. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. Well said. Very well said, Kwame. And thank you for joining us again this time around. And once more, congratulations for winning this event, this edition of the event. Okay, so I'll quickly just share. A lot of people are asking, how much will they be winning? How much did Kwame win? How much did Vivian win? And so on. So the top 3 gets the cash prize, and they also get the opportunity for a publication on an international article, publish an article on an international publication. Okay, the total cash prize for this year is $1,500, and just to showcase how that would be shared across the top 3, I'll just quickly share my slides very quickly, and then I think from there we can start to wrap up the event for today. What I want you to do, for everybody who has been a part of this session, take a screenshot. For those who have won, Kwame, Vivian, top 10, top 9 that presented, take a screenshot of the leaderboard, post it on LinkedIn, talk about your experience, share your experience. And if you have not been able to complete this, some of you joined, you had to drop, of course, 2,500 people, you couldn't complete. We had just 220 submissions. Go back, refine your work, and at the end of the day, you'd have come up with a fully fledged report out of this, or come up with a fully fledged project that you can always talk about. I participated, and I was one of the participants in this particular hackathon. Okay, so of course we have a total cash prize of $1,500, like I said, and this would be shared. The first, Kwame goes away with $700. Okay, and then we have Vivian, who would go with $500 as the runner-up, and then we have Olabode, who came third, who would go away with $300. Okay, so congratulations once more to all the winners, and to our judges. You guys are the best. You always listen. You're always there for us whenever we call on you. We thank you very much for being a part of the process as well. Thank you very much. We deeply appreciate your contribution to the tech ecosystem. For one, myself, Ifemena, we believe very strongly that the only way we can make a difference is by impacting not just the current generation, but the youth as well, stemming from Africa. And we're not just going to make a business out of it or make money out of it. We'd also make an impact, ensuring that the future is bright with talents springing out from Africa, talent across the globe, solving the problems of Africa within the African context as well. Okay, so thank you very much for joining. As we start to wrap up the event for today, so many people had a role to play in ensuring that this was a success. Okay, you have Elijah. Elijah has been looking at his screen, and I'm sure you can see his eyes are very red. You know, he's hardly slept over the last, 1 week, ensuring that the little knots are tied here and there, the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. So you have Elijah, a major driver. Elijah was the major driver putting this together, and my other colleagues. So guys, if you're on the call, just put on your video. Let's spotlight all of you so the world can get to see the drivers behind 10Alytics. Is not just Adeza, not just the Femena. There are so many more people behind the curtains, ensuring that things happen and ensuring that we are able to put amazing events like this together. Well done, Elijah, and well done to the team. So you have Mohammed, you have Olawale, you have Aisosa. Well done, guys. And to everybody who has joined today, I hope this serves as an inspiration. We always have lofty goals. This is the end of the year. 2023 has come to an end. Next year, one of my New Year resolutions is I want to become a data analyst. I want to become a data scientist. We always have these lofty goals, but we don't pursue them. Okay, so this is the time for you to take this as an inspiration. I'll start. Get started. That's the most important step. The most difficult step is starting. Once you get started, everything else would fall into place eventually. And of course, you'd ask yourself the question, how can I start? There is no better place to start than 10Alytics. You've seen all the amazing presenters today, all the fantastic analysis, the insights, and so on, the amazing feedback from the judges. You can be a part of this in the nearest future. And of course, as we hold one for the entire public, everybody gets to participate. We also have a hackathon specific for the 10Alytics alumni. Okay, and that's the next one that will come up first quarter 2024. And I hope to see all of you there eventually. Okay, so let's give a big round of applause to the guys behind the scene, ensuring that things happen and we're able to pull this off effectively. Well done, everybody. Well done, guys. And thank you very much staying over 4 hours with us today on a Sunday. We deeply appreciate for those who have been in the comment section, cheering everybody up. We deeply appreciate you joining us today. So Ife, I'll just hand over to you to wrap up the event for today.